It was about this time of
Good
year
afternoon.
that in Greystoke's place caught on fire, correct?
What?
It's about this time of year when, quite a few years back, when Greystoke's and Christie's place, or Michael Duncan and Christy Williams' place caught on fire.
Yeah. Yep.
My friend had a shed on their property and she was going to clean it, Jill Kuhlander. And Tori Hill called her and
Oh,
said,
yeah.
Jill, I have some good news and I have some bad news. She says, I'll tell you the good news first. You have a shed. The bad news is it's burned to the ground.
It's real clean.
Real clean. I get real.
Gabe, you look like those guys on TV that are being interviewed.
He's a
Better
pro.
interview.
You got those things in your ears.
I don't. These aren't the wireless ones though. That's what everyone's really on right now.
Yeah.
I want to hear you in full audio, full hi-fi stereo.
It's 4 o'clock. Who's all here? We got Evan, Curtis, Gabriel, and Greg. Is Jalen on?
And Rory.
Hello?
Yeah, Rory's on here too.
Yeah, Jalen's here.
Rory's here.
Jalen, you came up as Larry. Yeah, the gang's all here. Let's do it.
Okay. The time is 4 o'clock. The date is Tuesday, May 19th, 2020. We are now opening the meeting for the Thompson Springs Special Service District board meeting. Present are Mary McGann, Evan Clapper, Greg Halliday, Rory Paxman, Christina Sloan, Jalen Hawks, Curtis Wells. Is Chris Baird, and Chris Baird are present. First order of business is minutes.
Madam Chair. I would
Evan
move-
Clapper?
I would move to approve the minutes of April 21st, 2020 for the Thompson Springs Fire District regular meeting.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
Second
Second,
by
By
Jalen. Oh,
any discussion?
yes.
See none,
Wait,
Yes, you
whoa,
had-
Mary. God, give me a chance. At the bottom of page 1, I just had a question. It says Fire Chief's report, Chief Markham. I don't recall him being there. Is that true? It was read by the
I-
chair, correct?
yes, it was read by the chair.
And I guess I would suggest putting Chief Markham as read or as presented by the chair. And that's all I have.
Any other discussion? See none, I'll call for a vote. Greg Halliday,
Aye.
Evan Clapper,
Yes.
Rory Paxman,
Aye.
Galen Hawks,
Yes.
Curtis Wells. Curtis Wells.
Sorry. Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
It was an aye by me
Next
too.
order. Oh, okay, Gabriel, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm getting used to this. Next order of business is the approval of bills.
I did not see any bills included in the packet.
Are they on, do we have them, Quinn?
So I'll just say, since we haven't seen them, I'd like to motion to postpone.
I'd second that.
Motion by Jalen Hawks to postpone. Do I have a second? Seconded by Greg Halliday. Any discussions? Okay, call for
I would just ask.
Gabriel Wojtek. Excuse me,
I was gonna
Greg
ask.
Halliday,
Aye.
Rory Paxman,
Aye.
Gabriel Wojtek,
Aye.
Jalen Hawks.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Evan, did you vote?
Aye. I said aye a lot.
Okay. Did you want to say something?
No, I think it, nope.
Okay.
Hey, Mary, can I
Okay,
say something, Mary?
excuse me.
Mary? So when you ask a question, will you wait at least 10 seconds before you move on? Because there's a lag. And so if you ask a question, it takes at least 10 seconds for somebody to be able to respond.
Okay,
Okay?
okay, thank you, Chris. I will. Okay, motion. Jason, seconded by Greg. Unanimously passed to postpone the bill, the payment of bills. Jaylyn, would you read the
We didn't vote
report
on that.
from the? Oh, I thought we did. Evan Clapper,
Yes.
Halliday,
Aye.
Roy Paxman,
Yes.
Jalen Hawks,
I'm sorry, what are we voting on now?
Bills again.
Curtis said,
Okay, just to be clear, the motion is to postpone the ratification of payment of bills. And I vote yes.
yes.
Okay,
Gabriel,
I vote yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Gabriel. Curtis Wells,
Yes.
would you read the report from the chief? Mark,
I would be happy to.
mine went down.
This is from Fire Chief Mark Markham of May 19th, 2020 to the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District Board. Area incidents on 4/30, they had a semi truck rollover on I-70 mile marker 173. On May 5th, they had a vehicle rollover on I-70 mile marker 204. Their equipment, engine 21 needs a new battery, pump is still out of service, but will be looked at by mechanic this week. Handheld radios are being reprogrammed for the 2020 wildland fire season. As for training, on May 6th, live fire training at Grand Junction Airport took place, aircraft fire. Upcoming training is tomorrow, 5:20, hazmat technician recertification and training, Moab Valley Fire Department. And other part of his report, the wildland red card qualifications renewed for 2020, and the Utah Fire Department assistant grant was submitted. Wildland fire equipment and training funds requested.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jalen.
You're welcome.
That, I just know there isn't new, no future consideration, public hearing. The agenda is complete. We will adjourn this meeting and move to our regular. Do I need, present are Evan Clapper, Gabriel Wojtek, Greg Halliday, Rory Paxman, Curtis Wells, Jalen Hawks, Attorney Christina Sloan, Chris Baird, Mallory Nassau. It has Pledge of Allegiance. Greg, do you want to do the pledge? Or should we?
Yeah,
skip?
it's kind of hard to do it sitting down, but, and without a flag, but anyway,
We can do,
is everybody ready?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay. Oh, all right, Evan's standing up. We need to stand up, everybody. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag
of the United States of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with
with liberty and justice for all. Thank
Thank you, Greg. We are citizens to be heard. Chris, is there anyone in the waiting room?
Crystal,
Do you have anything that for citizens to be heard?
Is there any citizens?
Hi, I am a citizen and I come to the hearing. My name is Crystal Reynolds. Is it now that we have to talk?
What
Yes.
what item would you like to speak to? Are you for a public hearing or for citizens to be heard?
for a public hearing for the OKRV Park rezoning.
Okay, so that's later on the agenda.
Okay,
This would be for any item or topic that's not a public hearing.
okay, all right.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the citizens we have in the meeting right now.
Thank you, Chris. Approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Mary, Chair, I would like to move that we approve the minutes from April 30th, 2020. No, I'm in there. Well, yes, I am. April 30th, 2020, Emergency County Council meeting. All right, because we skipped
Motion by
last
Jalen
time.
Hawks,
Second.
seconded by Evan Clapper. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call. Jalen,
Yes.
Curtis,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Rory,
Yes.
Evan,
Yes.
passes unanimously. Ratification of payment of bills. Did we get bills?
No.
I don't remember seeing them in the,
Yeah, I didn't see any either.
Hey, Quinn, are the
Yep.
bills gonna be, I guess, you might want to postpone again, but Quinn, are you guys still working on getting the bills up?
Yeah, Jalen or Jenna's getting them right now. If you want to move it till later, they're coming to me right now. If you want to postpone that till later in the meeting, we can probably get those done.
do I have a motion to postpone?
So moved.
Motion by Greg Halliday to postpone. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Evan Clapper. Discussion?
Are we, if it comes up for this meeting, I would like it to be brought back up, otherwise postpone until the next meeting.
Yeah, I don't know how we'd see him.
I would say we should postpone until the next meeting because to pull them up at this point on your computer when you're using it for the Zoom meeting would be difficult.
Yes.
So this postponement is to postpone them until the following meeting, which I believe is June 2nd. Is that correct? Greg, is that your motion to postpone until?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Greg Halliday?
Aye.
Yes. Jalen? Jalen?
He's muted.
Okay, I was muted. My thumb was up though. That is a yes thing.
Okay, call it. Rory?
Yes.
Curtis?
Yes.
Evan?
Yes.
Gabriel?
Yes.
Passes to postpone the minutes until the next meeting. We are now at council disclosures. Greg, do you have a disclosure?
No, ma'am. I have nothing to disclose at this time.
Jalen?
Yes, I do have a couple of things. I am the co-owner of an overnight rental B&B, and there's a Hawks, my mother-in-law's agenda item on, and I will be recusing myself from that one.
Rory,
Yes, I have hotel accommodations, and I have a BLM permit, and I also have a national park permit.
thank you, Rory. Curtis,
What agenda item, might I ask, our folks associating with their disclosures regarding lodging, their lodging interests?
That was the overnight rental proposals out in the north of the town. So just to be on the safe side for me.
That's all I'm doing too, is I'm just being on the safe side. I just disclose every time now.
Okay, well, I guess in that regard, I'll disclose that I own an interest in nightly accommodations in the city of Moab.
Evan,
Regarding item H, there's on the consent agenda a letter to the BLM, and I have a special use permit with them. And item J is a letter to the National Park Service, and I have a commercial use authorization with the National Park Service as well, both regarding recreation.
thank you, Evan. Gabriel,
Nothing at this time.
thank you. We are now moving to general council reports and future considerations. Gabriel,
Last week, I had a meeting with the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. That special service district was able to successfully defer bond payments as a way to relieve some budgetary burdens for this year, and actually it'll extend into 2021 as well. I know a lot of other special service districts have caught on to this possibility as well, but I think it was a big move, and there was another board member that was really quick to the idea and got the request in. It was actually the first special service district in the state that was able to have one of those requests processed and approved. Otherwise, everyone's safe there at the Canyonlands Healthcare and at the Canyonlands Care Center. Of course, enrichment activities are double time for the residents there, since they can't have a lot of the outside interaction that they usually garner. And they do continue to hold 4 negative pressure rooms within their facility to keep it closed off. And everyone has been safe. No cases in there, obviously, we would know. But those are obviously some very vulnerable members in our community, and they're doing a great job over there. That's all I have for now.
Evan,
Yeah, so the Arches Hotspot Region Coordinating Committee continues to meet. The Spanish Valley Regional Transportation Plan we haven't met since the last one that I reported on. I did meet with the Cemetery District Board. They're doing fine as always. There were some concerns about funeral attendance and just the numbers of people that are present for that. And so they're trying to encourage folks to kind of take advantage of the mortuaries facilities rather than the graveside sort of stuff. It hasn't really been an issue, but we were just talking about how COVID could affect daily operations, and that was the one thing that they had noticed. The Sand Flats Stewardship Committee, we met and actually toured some possible travel plan change requests to the BLM regarding Sand Flats. And actually opening some closed routes. So there were some historic routes that had been used that didn't make it into the travel plan. And so instead of closing roads. We want to open some roads. So that was kind of exciting. And there was a bit of new motorized single track proposed as well. So that, I don't believe that request has formally been submitted to the BOM, but that's some exciting stuff with Sand Flats. And then I also met with EMS, and I think the juicy bits from that meeting will be discussed during the Municipal Building Authority meeting that we have this evening. But you know, they are also kind of feeling some of those pressures of the decrease in sales tax. You know, they're no longer receiving payment from us. And so, but even though their call volume is down, it's been skyrocketing so much in past years that the overall annual calls are only like 4% lower than what they have been in years past. And but there's all kinds of variables with collection rates and that sort of stuff when it comes to funding. But they are not as dire as they once, as I guess their calls are picking up now that people are here and they're playing and they're falling off Castleton and base jumpers are slamming into cliffs. So ambulances are running. It's back to status quo. And we can talk more about the building as the Municipal Building Authority. That's all I got.
Thank you, Evan. Curtis?
Well, I want to say thumbs up to Evan for opening roads. Awesome. And you know, the mosquito district, we had some technical difficulties last Monday with Zoom, and I wasn't able to, we got about an hour into it, and we're still, I think the county Zoom account was jammed up, and so I'm going to report on the mosquito district. The Arches Hotspot committee is, we just finished our third meeting last week, and you know, due to some pressures from UDOT to kind of move quickly through the process, you know, we've made some progress as far as what projects we're going to be evaluating. There's 4 of them. There's a southern recreational trailer parking proposal, which is, the intent was for that to occur on county or publicly owned property near the arena. So I, you know, had a discussion with Zachariah this week, kind of about how we can work to understand the opportunities there from the county's perspective. So that's one of them. The other county project is the Spanish Valley Multi-Use Pathway, which made it into the top 4. And so that's a project that is going to be evaluated through the hotspot process. And the other 2 projects are under the umbrella of downtown improvements. One of those is Main Street improvements, kind of basically congestion mitigation efforts on Main Street. And there's a large handful of proposals that are being evaluated there. The other one is off Main Street parking and urban design. And that project is focused on identifying streets off of Main Street, particularly First North down to First South and First East and West, and understanding opportunities to create more parking and redesign of those off Main Streets, you know, including Center Street also. A good frame of reference for that would be kind of the way the median parking looks like in front of City Hall. And then urban design or redesign components from that. And so essentially between now and September, when we need to be finished, each project is get approximately 2 workshops. And we're having 2 meetings a month. And these are public meetings. And so far they've been between 2 to 2.5 hours. And so our next meeting, we're going to dive into the Main Street improvements, and UDOT's expected to kind of play a more central role in that because it's a state highway. And then we'll kind of continue in that pace to, in that framework to evaluate all those projects. And then when we get to the end, we're going to go through kind of basically a ranking of how those projects each meet the criteria that was set by the legislature. So I think that's going well. You know, I think other than that, just a lot of talk about, you know, from constituents and businesses about, you know, ambitious to see the local government kind of take the lead on some economic, you know, long-term economic recovery planning and stuff. And so I've got an agenda item, you know, later tonight to kind of get into that. And I've got some proposed bylaws for that committee. The other thing I was going to mention to you all is kind of this issue of the Forest Service management plan revision process. And previously we talked about kind of finding a better way to address that. One of the thoughts that I had that I need some help in, probably from Chris, is I know the Motorized Trails Committee is chomping at the bit to contribute to that and have access to those, to the shared folder that's kind of like Dropbox, but it's another platform. And then also we should provide access for the non-motorized trails committee. And I think that would be a good way, you know, between those two committees and probably our road supervisor, Bill, to kind of work up some initial commentary for us as a council. And the access, I'm trying to track down a link that provides access to those internal planning documents. I know we've had them prior as a council, and I think Zachariah may have access to them, but essentially what I'm proposing is, you know, approval from council to give those committees access to those internal planning documents that have been, access has been provided to us. Is kind of a first step to work towards like a workshop where we kind of massage those comments after we get feedback from those two committees. So that's kind of, Chris, if we want to connect, you know, after the meeting or sometime soon to figure out how to track down access to those folders and share those with the committees, and really whichever staff wants to help us chew through that. I think that's something that I'd like to see happen. And that's all I have to report.
Okay, I'll have to probably check in with the Forest Service. I know that when we sign an agreement as a cooperating agency, they have some stipulations on providing access to some of those materials, but we can check in.
Okay.
We are a cooperating agency on that, right?
I believe
Yes,
so.
Okay.
That's why we have. Is that it, Curtis?
That's it.
Thank you. Roar.
All right, I'll make mine pretty quick. Airport updates, the daily flights are coming in with a slight increase with passengers averaging about 3 to 5 each flight. Weekends are a little bit busier than that. The taxiway and apron projects are continuing concrete paving. They'll be beginning this Wednesday night. And then skydivers have been very busy, and they're going to start doing helicopter tours again. And an increase in the general aviation activity. A lot of people flying in and out. And then just give a shout out to the road department for helping assist with the car rental parking lot. Needed some little improvement, so they came out with some tractors and graded that for us. And then staff has been completing an annual fire training, and the director is going to Dallas next week for a fire certification. And then also at our meeting last week, some of the tenants out there would like to, they're going to come this next week or this next airport meeting to see if there is a way that they can get some relief funding from the county on rentals and leasing property out there. So just to give you a little heads up, that's going to be coming, and probably get with Chris and see what he thinks I should do there. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Rory. Jaylyn?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank Curtis for his thorough report of the Arches Hotspot funding meetings. That is going well, and I'm still very excited to participate. And anecdotally, to Evan's remarks about EMS, slowly building the runs that they do. I was just looking at my bed and breakfast today, and of course, July and August are typically slow, but my September looks pretty much very close to normal already. So, you know, barring any disasters with the COVID situation, I am optimistic about this, about things picking up for the county, at least by September. And May is looking pretty darn good too. And then in addition to that, went to Planning Commission meeting. They elected a new chair because Abby now is of course employed with the county planning department. Their new chair is Emily, can't remember her last name. And the vice chair is Kevin Walker. And they have been working on a document, a letter, an email to the county council to get some clarification on an apparently very hot topic, and that is the intersection, the area around 313 and Highway 191. I think that is very close to being released to the council, probably in email form. And the last thing, last week's USAC meetings were, the review calls were canceled as far as I know. I got a cancellation notice, so I didn't go to those. So beyond that, you all know that we've been getting letters from people wanting masks to be mandatory in public places such as grocery stores. One particular constituent had emailed that to me, and that was before this explosion of emails. And so I told her I would mention that in my council report, and hopefully we could get clarification, and maybe Christina's planning on addressing that. I advised her because I know I had to go up north to Costco and notice their sign says, due to COVID-19, if you don't have a mask on, you cannot be in the store, which I thought was highly proactive. I advised her to go to City Markets management and see if they could do the same thing. And she said that they're telling her, no, we can't do that because it's a health department order. To me, it's somewhere along the lines of no shirt, no shoes, no service. So I'd like to hear what Christina has to say about that. And that is all I have to report today.
Thank you, Jaylyn. Greg?
Yes, I have some couple meetings to report on. Went to the Transportation Special Service District meeting, which was a real meeting, not a virtual one, a real one. We maintained social distancing, of course, and at least I brought a mask, which I always wear when I go anywhere. But anyway, The Jackson Street project Phase 2 is on hold for now. Evidently, the CIB has ground to a halt. I've heard some different things. They're out of money, or they're looking at being audited, or some other issues going on there. But there isn't any money coming from the CIB for now. Let's see, the Arbor Lane flood control project. They're not requesting any funds from the transportation district. And that was about it for that meeting. It was pretty short and simple. We had a quorum there, and it worked out pretty good. The next one I went to was a telephonic meeting with the Thompson Springs Special Service District. They are seeing about 105 gallons per minute coming from their different sources up there. They are chlorinating their water. They were hoping to get some money from the CIB to do some improvements, but had to call them up on the phone and let them know that CIB is not doing anything right now. So there were some issues about the building. Talked to Mark Markham about it. He's the fire chief up there, and asked him to talk to the water board about it, and hopefully we can have resolved that. If not, we'll have to do some more discussions up there. All of our 911 system out here in Casa Valley went down last night. And so what we do is we have a command post that the fire department puts up, because we can do radio communication directly to the sheriff's office. So we had to stand that up last night. And we had a couple members that manned it all night long. So luckily, Frontier got it fixed, and so our 911 system is back up and running. And that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I wrote mine down. I had a long visit today with a congressman. I visited with Representative John Curtis. I'd sent him a letter asking him to support gateway communities. He said that he would do what he could with the senators and supporting us, and that the UMTRA project has shipped 10.6 million tons of mill tailings from the former site to the Crescent Junction disposal cell site, and that represents 66% of the estimated 16 million tons. The overall mission has been largely unaffected by the virus, with the up, down, so they're not flooding as they were last year. The project began using what they call a burn box for revegetation, and it's a way to handle large debris such as trunks and stumps. None of the stuff they're doing comes from the needs to be at the grandma is at 27. It's only at 27 of the 100% that it prevented approximately 935 pounds of ammonia from was pleased that they weren't affected by the Dalton Wells. Is exciting. It's moving forward. They have an engineer, Johansson and they are going to be doing a site visit this week. And as soon as I know when that's going to happen, Tony's going to let me know. I'll let the rest of the council know in case someone would like to go on that tour. This is phase 1, and it looks like they may be able to develop 40 campsites on that area, which would be very helpful. And dispersed camping would no longer be allowed. They would have vault toilets to accommodate hired a part-time person to take over some Tony Mancuso's duties, so his main focus can be the Dalton Wells project. Tony will give in-depth presentation at the June, but it's exciting and it's moving on. USU has doubled their enrollment this summer than over last year. Their growing new programs include automotive technician, fabrication and welding, and healthcare, more healthcare certificates. And their tuition has been significantly reduced so that other Utah technical colleges. 65 students, 65 or fewer earned credits paid reduced tuition. Because of the COVID-19, the building project has been delayed a few months. There is a lot of financial help for students, and they just have to go to moab.usu.edu/cost to find out ways they can attend USU. That's my report. We are moving to Council Administrator report.
Thanks, Mary. So just to let you know, you were cutting out. You probably want to give up on the video and call in on your phone.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so for the last few weeks, it's just been Mallory and I. Tara's on furlough for a while, but we're managing pretty well. The big thing that I'm working on right now with Quinn is getting ready for the auditors. They're going to be here next week. And so we really need to get that going. And of course, it's important to close out 2019 so we can roll those balances over and get to work right away on a big 2020 budget amendment, which is going to be important to get done by mid-June if we can. Also wanted to report that Elaine was working with the Utah Office of Tourism, and we got 75,000 masks for various entities, small businesses, large businesses, whatever. So we've been putting the word out that if any businesses need any face coverings to email director at what is it, the Moab, I can't remember exactly what her email. Get a hold of the link.
Discovermoab.org.
Okay, discovermoab.org. And then I think Christina may want to speak to this as well, but it's sounding like it's possible that the health department is going to want to do another local order after this 29th, and they may want to meet on the 28th. So as the council, just kind of think about whether or not you want to sign another local order jointly with the health department, and we can get that information out to you so that you can evaluate. They kind of already have a tentative second phase reopening plan, and I think that they're going to try to propose that plan to the state COVID-19 commission for approval. And so they're likely going to want us to jointly sign that as well. And so it'll be something to consider, and we'll get that information out via email and see if we want to set up that meeting. Since we're heading toward probably going into the yellow risk category starting in June, if all goes well, I'm also, considering likewise reopening the courthouse to the general public. Of course, each office and department can still continue to make decisions for themselves about whether or not they want to have their doors open to the public for walk-ins or continue with appointments. But I think that at least from the standpoint of the DMV, it's becoming quite difficult for them to do everything by appointment. And so, and likewise across the county, I'd like to start to come up with plans for moving back toward lower risk mitigations as the state progresses toward these lower risks. And I think that we're probably heading toward the yellow level here pretty soon, beginning of June. And likewise, I think in similar fashion, working or getting the events permitting committee up and running again, because a lot of events have postponed, and those postponements are starting to come up. And now we are trying to work with various events to figure out ways to host their event while still complying with the state's guidelines for the risk category that we happen to be in. So working on that with Elaine as well, and several others, the health department included. The library is likewise coming up with their own plan. And I think Carrie would like to propose that to the council because it may be a little bit different from the state's guidelines specifically. And so she asked to present that. And I think we'll have a reopening strategy before the council for the library, probably by the next meeting. And as Mary pointed out, we got a $100,000 grant for campsite development at Dalton Wells. So that's exciting. Maybe not as good as the state park, but pretty good. And anything, let's see. I think that's all. Any questions for me?
I was just going to throw out the library board is having a special meeting tomorrow to discuss that amongst other things. So if anybody's interested, that I can forward the Zoom link or whatever to anyone.
Thanks, Evan. Yeah, and likewise, the Grant Center, since it serves predominantly at-risk seniors, we're going to probably come up with an alternative reopening strategy for that facility. I think that we're going to want to be careful about how we reopen and reinitiate events at the Grant Center. And so that's something we're working with the health department. Stuff later on the agenda. More financial information related to savings from furlough, et cetera, and some other stuff we'll talk about later. All right. You on, Mary?
Yes, I am. Elected official report, Christina.
I do have a few things. I'll try to first address things that you guys mentioned. So yes, Brady would like the council to co-sign the next order. I would call it an order moving us to the peach risk phase. It is not yellow. Brady does want to emphasize that he does not consider it yellow, but it is continuing to open us up per the economic task force that worked on these issues before. It would be effective May 29th through June 25th. It increases lodging capacities of, our hotels, motels, B&Bs pursuant to a table similar to our one before, but it expands the capacity. It opens campgrounds on BLM lands at 50% capacity, and that's at a request of the BLM who would like to open in this phased way. We are going to close all of the campgrounds that have easy chains across them and that infrastructure in place, and open the ones that don't. And that would be essentially the equivalent of 50% of their sites. And it would open 100% of our public lands to camping, which of course is something folks want. Brady has a hard time getting these orders out. He's got a lot going on. He requests a special meeting on May 28th, assuming you guys want to cooperate on that. I don't have a draft order of the amended order, but I do have a draft of our plan, which we're calling the Grand County 2.0 plan. It has been provided to the governor's office and we did get his initial blessing. I'm not sure whether Brady needs to now move it to the commission or not, so I'll defer to that. But I do expect, based on the information from the governor's office, we've been well received over there, that it will get approved. And we can talk more about that May 28th date in the scheduling portion. Masks. I just emailed Mallory because I haven't gotten a single public comment since Tara left. So she hasn't been forwarded. I haven't been included on any of those emails. So that was news to me. I thought everyone was liking us for once and we weren't getting hate mail like normal. So I haven't seen any of these mass emails. But private business has wide latitude to restrict access to patrons, the public, customers, if there is a public safety issue. Here there clearly is. So private businesses absolutely can require masks and they can restrict access to the public if customers don't use masks. Otherwise, obviously, if you guys want to require something more expansive, we'd have to do that in an order. Currently, the governor's office has not been supportive of that. A local order with a mask requirement, which we proposed that in a very draft form to the governor, gosh, about a month ago, and he rejected that. So I've been telling citizens that have contacted me directly that is not something that's going to get approved by the governor. But if it's something you guys want to try again, we certainly can. Otherwise, I recommend that we leave that up to private businesses, but support their ability to do that. The courts, by the way, are staying in the red zone. So they don't agree that the state should be opening as quickly as possible. They're, of course, a different branch of government, and they're also under a little bit different duty to protect people. They have to compel people's appearance in person, and they want to balance access and safety to people. So I left a call with the court, and we've been doing numerous, basically weekly calls with all of our judges in the judicial district and court staff and the prosecution staff. So they are staying in the red risk level for the foreseeable future. They have a September 1 date as potentially opening courts back to in-person service. Otherwise, all court appearances are happening by remote. This has been very difficult, and it's been really tricky to try to balance constitutional concerns and legal issues with the, the concerns about safety and keeping people safe, including court staff and including prosecution teams. That's been a ton of work. We do have a couple of jury trials set for June. So far across the country, there haven't been any jury trials in the last couple of months, which is historic, obviously. And so we're really trying to figure out how we do that remotely. And that's been a lot of work, but it's moving forward. I did reach out to MRH and the health department on statistics, the newest on the statistics. We have not had any new positives. The information is as of Saturday, I believe. But as of Saturday, we haven't had any new positives in Grand County. We have had 7 people test positive for the antibody since they began testing for that, which has been a couple weeks. MRH has given 250 antibody tests. So that means these 7 people either had symptoms and tested negative to the corona, or they were asymptomatic. So that's 11 total people in Grand County that have tested positive in one way or the other. We had a second appeal to the last health order, which was effective May 1. And that was withdrawn today. I worked with that appellant about his concerns. It was not a local, and it was someone who was concerned about access to public lands. Worked with that person and he ended up ultimately withdrawing it, which is great. I don't think anyone mentioned this, but a few of us have a call set up tomorrow with Senator Romney at 1:30, and that'll be Mary, Jalen, Sheriff White, myself, and Chris. And we're going to be asking for special funding for gateway communities. Currently, the stimulus bills are distributing funds based on population, which doesn't help us, and also regulating the use of the funds. And so it doesn't help us where we're looking at a big loss of revenue versus unbudgeted additional expenses based on COVID that we weren't prepared for. So far, the stimulus bills have been not helpful to us, and we're going to focus on that. And then we have a meeting set up with Senator Lee on June 2nd. And Curtis, Representative Curtis, like Mary said, is very supportive, but has encouraged us that the issue of stimulus relief bill number 4 is with the Senate, and that's where we need to focus our time. So that's all I have, unless people have questions for me.
Christina, I
Mhm.
do. How do I get on that call tomorrow with Mitt Romney?
Oh, we can add you. I sent an email to everyone asking who wanted to participate.
I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Could you
Okay.
resend it to me? I would like to be there.
Yeah, great. Mallory set up the actual Zoom, but I'll ask her to add you. Does
Thank you.
anyone else want to be added? Okay.
So we just gotta be careful that we don't hit a quorum, otherwise we'll have to advertise a meeting.
Well, Curtis cannot attend. At first, we thought he might be able to. So we only have 3. So yeah, that's true. We can't have any more, but we're a year in.
Thank you, Christina. Do you have anything else?
But for now,
Sorry, this is Chris. It also kind of brings up a question that I wanted the council to think about, especially at the beginning of June, is at what point in time would the council feel comfortable meeting in person again or holding meetings in the chambers? And so think about that. I've been asking all of my departments to come up with a phased plan that they feel comfortable with as we progress to lower risk categories. And so I think it would be good for the council to do the same and to begin to think about that.
Thank you, Chris. I think that's a good idea. Quinn, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, like Chris mentioned, the auditors are coming next week, so we need to be prepared for that. We've got quite a bit of work cut out for us before the auditors get here. We still do have the tax sale scheduled for June 18th, and we'll be moving forward with that with Christina and Chris Kaufman, probably putting notices in the paper next week. I think we're going to end up with the one property is all that we'll be offering at the tax sale, unless that, of course, is redeemed prior to the sale. So other than the auditors, the election is coming up. Once again, remind all your constituents to vote by mail if they can. We started getting quite a few responses and calls for people that are interested in changing their affiliation so they can vote in the Republican primary. There's no Democrat primary for our district. We do have 4 Republican races for the governor and then the attorney general for the state of Utah. So anyway, we will have an election drop box out in front of the courthouse on the day of the election. So if people want to drop off their ballots on the day of the election, that's the only day we will have the drop box available. Other than that, the election is all vote by mail. So help us get the word out. And that's all I have.
Thank
Mary?
you. Yes,
Mary,
Jalen.
I just noticed Larry's iPhone. I'm assuming that's Larry Ellertson. And if so, I wonder if he wants to give a report as a representative of an elected official.
Larry, do you have something you would like to report?
Just so we're surviving and interested in what's going on in Grand County.
Thank you, Larry. Is there any other elected officials that would like to present, give a report? Is Chris Kaufman on?
He's not.
Okay, we will go to the department reports. Personnel Service Department report, Renee Baker.
Good afternoon. Trying to provide my child with some sweets. I put together just a quick presentation about our furlough statuses, and some estimated savings that we are going to be seeing there. So I'm going to share my screen. We do have currently 26 employees on a furlough status in one way or another. We have 18 full-time employees and 8 part-time employees in that status. Since our last update, the most that we've seen is added in the library. The expanded FMLA is open for anybody who needs to use for childcare. The way that's paid is that there's 2 weeks unpaid. You can use a different type of leave. And then after that, it kicks in for 10 weeks at the 2/3 rate. We currently have 1 part-time employee on that. It is open to all employees. Anybody can take advantage of that as long as they're on the payroll. It'll be paid at that 2/3 rate. And then we have the emergency paid sick leave through the last pay period, the one ending on May 3rd. We've used 92 hours of what's qualified as the others, taking care of others. And that's paid at the 2/3 rate as well. And then 12 hours at the self rate. That's for anybody who's waiting for a test to come back. I don't think we've had anybody who's actually had to be quarantined quite yet. So it's just everybody waiting on test results. We have those 2 executive orders that you've already seen relating to personnel, one on the sick leave and then defining the furlough status. And then we have our estimated savings and estimated savings of position impacts as well. I'm going to hop over to the spreadsheet that you were all sent earlier today. Figure out how to get out of here. So due to our furloughs, we've kind of estimated here on a breakdown as well. Bi-weekly furlough savings, pay period, furlough savings of $34,943. We kind of estimate these furloughs to last through the end of July, so there'd be 6 pay periods for a total estimated savings of $209,000. So we're seeing about an average of 68% per employee who's furloughed. And you can also see that breakdown. The majority are in the general fund there. We're seeing some in the breakdown as well. Library seeing a quite, excuse me, breaking up. Seeing a savings there about 47,000 and then a breakdown from there. So they are working. The expanded unemployment benefits are expected to last through the end of July. So that's why we've kind of extended the furloughs until then. We hope that our employees can come back as soon as possible. We do have 1 employee in the Justice Court who's set to come back in June 1st. Courts hopefully open up. And then some of our positions have been impacted by hiring freezes, but also by some position changes. Hired some positions. We've changed the IT support tech to the full-time position. And then we've also changed almost 2 positions to a part-time position. That'd be the deputy attorney position. We changed that a little bit. And then also the CED specialist, some changes in that department. We've changed that position to a part-time position now. So you'll see here the estimated breakdown of the savings in the patrol deputy and also in the roads. The biggest savings, of course, is in the general fund. Those positions we're looking at 686,000. And then just really quickly, we've been requesting employees to track their COVID hours so that we can hopefully, if a reimbursement request comes available, be able to capture that money as soon as possible. We don't have a lot of guidance on what will be reimbursable, so we're trying to get all the information now instead of asking our employees to look back when we do get some guidance. We are seeing some things from the FEMA grant. So we're working with Rick Bailey, the emergency manager, to submit those requests. That's really all I have for a department update. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
That was wonderful.
Does
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? Thank you, Renee. Do we have any agencies that wish to report? I saw that the airport did the airport want to report on anything? We do not have any presentations, so we will move to general business action items. C, approving proposed resolution adopting revised policies and procedures for the governing body and repealing and replacing resolution 3092 and 3210. Christina.
Okay, so this one, there aren't substantive changes to our historical practice, but we were not always following our policies. Our policies have been historically more burdensome than state law. And so this update is making our policies and procedures, aka bylaws, for the council more consistent with state law. So I drafted these changes, and then Chris Baird and Renee Baker also spent some time on them, and I appreciate that help. So specifically, the highlights are that roll call during electronic meetings is at the discretion of the chair. State statute doesn't require roll call meetings ever for anything. It's not even defined, it's not even in statute. Our policy required it for every single thing in an electronic meeting. I consider that very inefficient. And so at the discretion of the chair, based on what votes are important, roll call can be taken. And our prior policies and procedures, special meeting versus emergency meeting were not defined correctly under law. So we've cleaned that up and specifically referenced the statutes that control. In our prior public hearings, we were required to, in our prior bylaws, we were required to take every single ordinance to a public hearing. State law does not require that. They essentially require public hearings for anything related to taxes, expenditures and budgets, and land use applications. So I've updated that so that only the items under statute that are required to go to public hearing need to go to public hearing. And then the personnel action, the appeal by employees, that was massively outdated by law. So Renee and I worked on that to update that specifically to break out civil servants, which is law enforcement, have a lot of rights under law that wasn't well integrated into that provision. And so that updates that as well. I do want to, I know we've had a lot of discussions about the chair's role and how the council gives direction to the administrator. So I do want to point out sections D1 and E1 and ask whether you guys like how it's written. And I didn't make any changes to this. This is how it's been. We could discuss that now. We could even table this until later in the meeting or even another meeting if we want to continue to chew on this. But the role of the chair is set out in section D, and the chair isn't a special member per se. They essentially finalize and approve the agenda and run the meeting. And that is in essentially D1 in that whole section. And then E1, I want to point your direction. This is on page 25 of your final packet. The last sentence, actually the last two, specific direction to the council administrator is received from the council as a unit. Day-to-day guidance if needed is received from the chair with regard for the council's majority decisions or direction. So just, consider that. One more thing, I've tried to convert to Drive during all this. I don't know why, I guess I wanted to make my brain explode. I don't love it at all. I'm very cranky about it. I don't like the suggesting editing features whatsoever. So there's just a ton of formatting, grammatical errors, and we're missing page numbers that Jalen wanted. So if you guys are ready to approve this, I would like some flexibility, something like, approve with formatting, grammar, and page numbers to be finalized by the administrator's office so that we can clean up all this. Part of it too is that we lost the original Word version, so we converted from an old PDF. So some of the weird formatting is related to that, but I also blame Drive. And let me know if you have other questions. Or Chris, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, there's a few things that I changed also, and I guess the council can determine if they want to keep these changes or not. But when it comes to postponing items, tabling items, going into recess, or pulling items off of the consent agenda, I added in the ability to do those things just by unanimous consensus as opposed to requiring a motion. And so the effect of that would be that the chair could say, does anybody object to going into recess? Or does anybody object to tabling, this agenda item? And I think that if 99% of the time those things are unanimous. And also I think it would be a lot faster and more efficient to just ask if anybody objects to doing these things. And if they do, then you can resort to a motion. But if not, then you can just quickly recess or move things around on the agenda, et cetera. So that's something that I've been thinking about for quite a while, and I wanted to incorporate that into this revision. So if you like that, keep it, but I just wanted to make sure that you realize that I put that in there.
And was it in here that we had that we were going to it was just understood that the chair would sign all associated documents?
Oh yeah, there's that too. And so I did slightly change the language such that it was automatic that the chair is permitted to sign the associated documents if something passes. And that way, I'm hoping that we can just drop that off of all of our motions. We automatically add it onto all of our motions. But the way I drafted the policy is that just by policy, the chair is authorized to sign associated documents. And so we don't have to say, if we pass this, then we don't have to say that every single time we make a motion, which again is just, saving time. I don't know how much time it's taken to say that over the years, but it probably adds up.
Do I have a
Madam
motion?
Chair, I would like to
Yes.
make a motion because this might be
Thank
the
you.
last time I get to say the final piece, but I move to adopt a proposed resolution approving the revised policies and procedures for the governing body and repealing and replacing resolution numbers 3092 and 3210 and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
With formatting, grammar, and page numbers to be finalized by the administrator's office.
With latitude for the attorney's office and the administrator's office to finalize formatting, numbering, etc.
Great.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Greg Halliday. Discussion.
I appreciate this. It didn't come across as a red line version, but I think that it helps clean a lot of things up and just gets rid of some of the roadblocks to a flow of a meeting.
And one more little comment. It's my understanding we haven't had any legal review. You guys have updated the bylaws every 5 years, but we haven't had any legal review since at least Happy's Day. I'm not sure it happened then. So
kudos.
Long overdue.
Yes, thank you very much, Christina. Any other discussion? I have a question for Christina.
Yes.
If we're not going to do a roll call vote, do I just say, is there any objection
Well, this one has to be a roll call vote because we haven't adopted the policy yet. But from now on, you can just call for the vote like any normal meeting. Everyone in favor say aye. Anyone opposed, nay, and then repeat the vote.
Okay, thank you,
So,
Christina.
This is a good example of when you would want to do a roll call vote because Mary's on the phone. She can't see anybody raise their hand. And the only way for Mary to know how the vote goes is if you vocalize it one at a time.
Well, that's not true because she'll say anyone opposed say nay. And then someone who's
Yeah,
opposed.
so I
says
would
nay.
know.
The
Yeah,
one thing
then I
though,
could ask.
that state law does require, and this is why we do roll call votes sometimes, is that state law often requires that who votes and how they vote needs to be recorded. And so that's something that's important for Quinn, and also, you know, that Mary be able to do that. And so I think that if we do an acclamation type vote like you're speaking, it's going to be difficult for Mary. She's going to ask who is voting which way anyway. And so if we do have a split vote, she's going to have to ask for a roll call anyway. I'm not saying that it needs to be in the policy, but I'm just saying that if we're in a circumstance like this where Mary's on the phone, she should be allowed to do a roll call vote.
And
Well,
she
and she
is.
is allowed, it's
Yeah.
at her discretion, but the policies does say the vote shall be called out. So just like we've done it for every vote forever, she's going to repeat who voted in favor and who is opposed for the minutes. And that is in the policy.
Okay, so we will do roll call vote for this.
Yeah.
Greg,
Aye.
Jaylyn,
Yes.
Rory,
Yes.
Curtis,
Aye.
Evan,
Yes.
Gabe,
Yes.
Mary, yes. Passes unanimously. We are now to item D, approving proposed resolution adopting revised electronic meeting policy for Grand County public boards and repeal and replace resolution number 2944. Christina Sloan.
So this is a very similar revision where we're just cleaning some stuff up and making it consistent. The roll call issue was in our electronic meeting policy. And then of course, what we've seen now is in COVID times, an interest in creating more flexibility during states of emergency or local emergencies to change certain requirements. The big one being the quorum in person at an anchor location. The prior one too, the statute requires that we adopt an electronic meeting policy for our public bodies. The last resolution we had, that was our electronic meetings policy, applied or attempted to apply to all local boards and special service districts. They are not public bodies of Grand County, technically under law. So this does not include them. And we need to encourage each of the local districts and the special service districts to create their own electronic meeting policy if they don't already have one. And we're happy to give them our version in Word so they can do it easily. So we have the roll call change, and then the other big change is the section 4, which is the exceptions, which applies only in the state of local emergency and to the extent permissible by Utah law. And it states that a quorum of the council is not required at the anchor location. The public body is not required to post written notice of the meeting at its principal office or the anchor location. It's still required to post on the public notice website. And the public body is not required to establish an anchor location or provide space and facilities at an anchor location for participation by its members of the public. It still requires a format like this where people can see us. Those three, section 4 is exactly taken out of word for word, the governor's order, the suspended, the certain provisions of the Open and Public Meetings Act. So for example, if the governor had not acted for us, we would have had to go in and suspend our own policy or revise it at the time. So this allows us, in the event of a local emergency in the future, to do that without having to wait for the governor or without having to actually take any formal resolution action in the future. That's it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Evan?
in order to start the discussion, I would like to make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to adopt proposed resolution approving a revised electronics meeting policy for Grand County public bodies and repealing and replacing resolution number 2944. Period.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Was that Gabriel?
Greg.
Great.
second,
Seconded by Greg. Discussion.
So is there any place in here that distinguishes between a regular electronic meeting and an emergency electronic meeting?
No, electronic meeting is defined in 1B. Just says a formal meeting of the public body, so that would include all the above. It includes special, emergency, or regular.
And is there a definition of anchor location?
It is in 1A. That's also defined in statute more broadly than even how we define it, but it means a Grand County meeting location such as the Grand County Courthouse, the Grand Central Library, District Office.
Yeah, I meant more like, is there restrictions on that? Like we've had some of the, we had a public meeting at the arena, we had a public meeting in a park. And I just wanted to see if there was things that restricted that or if that was.
It does not. It says a Grand County meeting location, so very broad. And then the list is their examples only.
Okay.
Chris, this is Mary McGann. I have a question.
Okay.
Would it be possible for me to join Zoom and turn off the phone, turn off the sound and the camera, and then use my phone so I can see who's talking?
Yeah, I don't know if it asks you every time, but when you log in, it asks you if you want to use your computer's audio or a phone. So there is a way to do it. I don't know how simple it is, if it remembers your settings or prompts you each time.
Well, you might be able to join as a second guest. Oh, here's Mary. I see she's in the waiting room. So maybe Mary, if you use your phone for audio and then use this other device that you're logging in on for video.
Yes, I will turn the sound off, both mute myself and sound off, but that way I can see who's raising their hands and it'll make it easier.
Wait,
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yep.
Can you see us?
I can see you.
You might have to switch the view setting.
Okay. I have mute. Should I stop the video?
No, it's like on the left, there's probably something that says like switch to gallery view.
I think you're good, Mary. Can you see
I'm
us?
on gallery view.
Okay.
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you.
So Mary, I have a question.
Yes, Jaylyn.
This is for Christina. You may recall in my email on the general enactment, letter B, quorum, small letters 1 and 2, well, numbers 1 and 2. That just seems to me like maybe number 2 needs to come out, or the word not needs to be added to are not considered present for purposes of establishing a quorum. Because 1 tells us that, it refers us to section 4, which is totally understandable. But 2 seems to indicate that we can consider people that are joining electronically as the establishment of a quorum, which in normal times is not the case, as I understand it.
So I did send out a revised version, and I should have mentioned that, by email, just not even an hour before the meeting started, but did you get that one?
I may have just barely seen that. I was gonna ask you about that one.
No, and Kiva did that update for me or the revision. So tell me again what your, let's see, where was it to?
Let me get back to it. It's 2B, 1 and 2. 1 seems fine, 2 does not seem to fit with the way a normal meeting would be.
Members participating via telecommunication are considered present for purposes of establishing a quorum. It doesn't even need that as defined by law there, but that would, but that is important to say, hey, you guys, we're all present. Not in person, right? Those are different, but we're present, we're participating.
Right, but I guess I thought that during normal times, if people, in fact, I think it says somewhere in here that if people are, that there has to be a quorum at the anchor location. And then I
I see what you're saying.
understand that number 1,
Yeah.
No,
number 1 refers us to the emergency we're in right now.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, I see what you're saying. It shouldn't be tagged to the quorum. We need this statement that members are considered present at the meeting. And that should just go under section 3. So let me just see. Make sure that's not already there.
Maybe are considered present for the purposes of voting.
Right.
As defined by law. I don't know.
I think it just needs to be our considered present, period. And then that needs to go to a new section 3G. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Because that's a procedural matter. Yep. No, thank you. That's great.
So you're adding a G. You're adding a G to procedures.
Yeah, 3G, which states members participating via telecommunication are considered present. I'll say at the meeting.
Okay. Sounds good.
Great. So, Chris, does that mean we need an amendment? How's that work?
Yeah.
Evan,
I would
wanna make
I would amend my motion to include the edits discussed. Is that sufficient?
Yeah, I like it.
For me.
Okay, motion by Evan. Are you seconding that again, Greg?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Yes, seeing you makes it a lot easier. Thank you. We are now moving to.
Chris has something.
Yes, Chris?
Just a persnickety point of order. When you make a motion to amend, it amends the motion, but it doesn't pass the motion. So you still have to vote to pass the main motion. If you want to entirely supplant a motion, then you make a, you make the substitute motion. And so that's the way I drafted that to nail it all down in the policies we just approved, that a substitute motion totally takes over the prior motion and only requires one vote. If you want an amended motion, then you have to vote on the amendment and then on the main motion, because there could be multiple amendments that people want to make, and you keep going until you're done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So just
okay, thank you. I will remember that.
We still have to vote.
Yeah, we have to vote now.
Okay. Okay, all in favor of the motion? Substitute motion? Okay.
Aye.
Passes, okay, passes unanimously. Anybody opposed? Passes unanimously. Now we are on E. Approving proposed resolution renaming County Road South Plateau Drive to Bonnie Way. Christine, Mila.
I'm gonna take it for Mila, actually. You guys have a lot of information in your packet about this. This relates back to Arroyo Crossing, and we actually discussed this issue in one of the public hearings, and Jaylyn brought it up that, hey, there's a lot of plateau drives down there. It's like Park Drive around Swanee Park, and it's confusing. So they are proposing, and the map is on page 199 of your final agenda. And you can see that there's South Plateau Drive that comes off of 191 and then traverses over to Spanish Valley Drive. And they're proposing to rename that Bonnie's Way after Bonnie Clydesdale, who gave a big donation to Arroyo Crossing before she passed away last year, I think. There are only 2 neighbors that use South Plateau Drive as an address along that stretch, and those 2 have consented support the rename. And then also under our policy, under our land use code, the Community and Economic Development Department and our road supervisor has to approve, and our recorder have to approve the rename, and they have all approved and support the rename as well. The Arroyo Crossing plat has not been recorded yet, so they will, and that's all part of your approval information, they will update the name on the plat before it's recorded.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Christina.
I'd like to
yes, Curtis.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed resolution renaming South Plateau Drive to Bonnie's Way and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Motion by Curtis, seconded by Rory. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item F, approving proposed resolution establishing the Grand County Economic Development Advisory Board. Zachariah Levine.
Chris, I think you need to allow me to start my video. Okay, good afternoon. This agenda item is coming to you in part because of a bill that was passed in the 2020 legislative session, SB 95, which was sponsored by Representative Sandell or Senator Sandell and Representative Albrecht, who represents part of Grand County. And SB 95 significantly changes some of the economic development programs that the Governor's Office of Economic Development administers. And chief amongst those changes is the restructuring of the Business Expansion and Retention Grant Program, or BEAR program. For those of you that have served for longer periods of time on the council, you know that we have been receiving BEAR funds from the Governor's Office of Economic Development for the last 3 years or so. Prior to that, USU and the Small Business Development Center applied for very small grants. So at that time, we were asking for, the tune of $5,000 to $15,000 in a given year. This year, we received $85,000 in BEAR funds to support virtually all of our economic development activities. So if anybody is wondering, aside from staff salaries, essentially all economic development activities in Grand County are funded through the BEAR grant, a smaller grant from the Economic Development Corporation of Utah, and any other grants that we can bring in. There's no general fund money or property tax money going towards economic development operations. So getting back to SB 95, The bill eliminates the BEAR program as well as some other programs, including the Rural Fast Track Grant, which I've been able to help local businesses get in the past. And it replaces these programs with kind of a catch-all program that is called the Rural County Grant Program, or RCG. And because of our county classification, we are entitled to receive $200,000 to support economic development in the community, and could be eligible to receive, well, we are eligible to receive up to an additional $200,000 through a competitive process. So there's an additional pool of money that we can compete for, up to an additional $200,000. There is some money that can go towards administrative costs like staff costs. So in order to be officially eligible for this money, the Grand County is required to establish what the bill calls a community economic development, or county economic development board, or a CED advisory board. And so what you have in front of you is a draft resolution establishing the Grand County Economic Development Advisory Board, or GCED Advisory Board. You've got draft bylaws that I adapted from a template that the Utah Association of Counties provided, as well as a summary sheet of SB 95 and its relevance to the CED board. In the agenda summary, I have also given you a preliminary list of suggestions for individuals that could serve on this board. Some have to meet the statutory requirements, meaning a county representative, a representative from a municipality in the county, and things like that. It's just a starting list, and to give you some context for where that has arisen out of, over the last year and a half or so, I have been leaning on several of these individuals for advice and guidance and feedback on our office's economic development work. Many of the individuals participate in the planning and execution of various economic development programs that we put on, such as trainings and direct business consultation, the business summit, putting on the Grand Area Innovation Network, and then also just industry advisors that I think are trusted individuals. So even though you have a motion that includes two parts, the first part being the establishment of the or approval of the resolution that establishes the board, and the second part that includes appointment of individuals to that board. My initial suggestion to the council administrator's office was that you approve the resolution establishing the board. You could go either way on approving the bylaws, whether you approve them today or let the advisory board work on them and then bring them back to you as kind of their first order of business. But I didn't want you to think that I was just hand-picking this advisory board with people that I know professionally or personally, and wanted the council to take ownership on the process. And so one approach could be that you adopt the resolution, establish the board, again, go either way on the bylaws, but prior to appointing people, we could ask individuals to first confirm their interest and willingness to serve on the board, but secondly, to submit a resume or CV and maybe a statement of interest, much more akin to what you do for the Planning Commission or some of the other advisory boards in the county. If you want to just approve it all and get people on that board now, that's also fine. I just want the council to feel confident in the process, and I don't want to face a situation where, we appoint people and, 2 weeks down the road or a month down the road, somebody expresses interest in, revisiting the appointment process.
Zachariah, is there any kind of timeline we're working on under this?
Well, I would say that we want to have this in place, by the middle of June, for sure, because we are going to want to apply for the Rural County Grant Program. I don't know if they've set a deadline on applications for that. In the past, BEAR applications have been due in June for the following fiscal year. The state is on the mid-year fiscal year. So I think, the first meeting of June wouldn't be too late. The second meeting of June probably wouldn't be too late, but definitely would not want to go beyond that. And probably be good if we had some time for this advisory body to meet before we submit a rural county grant application.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about them being able to kind of hit the ground running.
Yeah, so many of the individuals on the list I've provided are, very much in this realm already. It's not going to take them any time to hit the ground running. The real question is, if you start bringing in a lot of new folks that have not actively participated in economic development work to date, that might take some time for them to get in the flow, but not that much time. And so one name that I did not include on there, and it popped out to me because the bill explicitly states that it's okay to consider gender and socioeconomic differences when you establish the board, is that it might be good to have a representative from the Multicultural Center, or at least to include Rihanna Medina or her designee in the mix of considerations. And again, I haven't talked to Rihanna or any of the other individuals for that matter.
Yeah. So I like the idea. Sorry, can we discuss this without a motion? Is this a point of order thing? Just because there's a couple motions presented in the packet, I'm just going to jump right into discussion. Pardon my rule of order, but I like the idea of having an opportunity for community members to apply. And so there might be other folks out there that, might be interested in being involved. And with the fact that we haven't, actively reached out to these folks yet, I don't feel like it's a slap in the face to them or anything like that. But I know the bylaws can take some time. You could easily eat up a whole meeting of a new board just coming with bylaws. So I would be for establishing a board and the bylaws tonight, and then kind of taking it from there. But I guess what I wasn't sure of was how much of a root or core you would need to kind of hold that first meeting.
Well, so that is one approach that I think has some merit, which is to establish the board, approve the bylaws, and maybe even partially appoint the board with, a statement in the motion that the remaining positions will be filled at the following county council meeting, so that even a quorum of the board could just be told that they're on it and to be aware of what's coming. And I think there are probably some no-brainer appointments, and an example of what is like Okay, so you all could appoint the county representative, county council representative. You can say, okay, there's going to be a city of Moab representative, but the city of Moab is going to determine who that representative is. I'm guessing you would want Elaine Gisler on there. I would certainly advocate for that. And so that's another approach, so that you partially appoint the board today.
If we did that, this is Mary, that would put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people on. It would be you, Zachariah, a county council person, 2 Moab, Castle Valley, and Elaine Gisler, and then you could probably have a meeting and then establish the other 3. To me, makes a lot of sense.
How does our attorney feel about this as an order of operations? We're not stepping on any toes with anything, are we? Did we lose her?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I don't really know what you mean by that, I guess, but I would defer to Zachariah.
I think what he's asking is, does it give you any concern that a newly established board is sort of partially filled tonight and the remainder of the positions filled at a later date? Is that what you're getting at?
I guess I was kind of assuming that part of the goal of appointing a core or something tonight would be so that they could start business. But are you?
I don't think it's that urgent. I mean, we're not gonna like have 3 meetings before you fill out the rest of the board. We're only talking 2 more weeks before you would fill out the rest of the board if you choose not to take action on that tonight, which you also could do.
Zachariah, would you, between now and the first meeting in June, would we reach out to the Moab and Castle Valley to get their representatives? So
sure.
We would be ready.
And what I want to make sure about, I mean, this is what I'm really trying to communicate, is that I can reach out to all the other individuals on that list to say, if you are interested and willing, can you get me a resume and letter of interest? But are there others that, this council feels should be given that opportunity as well, so that nobody is, coming back to me saying, well, how you just cherry picked, a county economic development advisory board.
Well, can I, Madam Chair, may I speak?
Certainly, Curtis.
I think for this purpose, specifically like what's outlined in the legislation and the specific focus of this committee, I think the list that you put forward is not only fine, but it's a very good one, and I am very comfortable with it.
Chair, may I speak?
Yes, Gabriel.
Evan, did you have anything in particular in terms of potentially posting the opportunity and to the public? You were sort of mentioning kind of the possibility of fishing out there for other people that might be interested.
Just kind of the standard board vacancy things, flyers at the library and, possibly in the public notice of the TI. We never really get crushed by a lot of those applications for these kind of boards, but I can recognize Zachariah's intent to be sensitive to the idea of handpicking or whatever. And I think that could also be addressed with staggered terms. I don't know how long an appointment would be, but we could appoint, half the people for a year and half the people for 2 years or 6 months or something. Just so there's some turnover sooner.
So may I speak, Mary?
Yes, Jaylyn.
My feeling on this is these are all very good, talented, active people that have been suggested. But I do like the idea of giving others the opportunity to apply. And so I guess the thing I would be most comfortable voting on tonight is passing the resolution that forms the committee with the 9 members to be named. I would say June 2nd meeting, but I don't think it can be done that quickly. So the 2nd meeting in June, and forming a very small subcommittee to brainstorm and try to determine if there are people who should be considered but have been left out. Because I don't think it's urgent to fill those positions tonight.
Zachariah?
Yeah,
So I was wondering if tonight, Evan, we wanted to just pass the resolution and the associated bylaws, because they can always change the bylaws later, and see if there is a council member that's interested. We could have that voted on tonight, or just the resolution. You can choose.
and I would just say real quickly, I am supportive of postponing the appointments, but I think we should aim to have that done at the June 2nd meeting, if possible.
I think it would be fairly easy to get the Moab, Castle Valley, our council, and so it'd be just finding 3 other people. I think we could do that by the 2nd. You're on mute, Evan, you're on mute.
Thank you. If I may, Zachariah, are you or your office able to reach out to the actual individuals that are listed in the summary and gauge their interest and ask them to submit that kind of standard board resume that just says, who are you? What's your experience? Why do you want to serve?
Yeah, I'll ask each individual to submit their professional resume or bio and letter of interest.
And just to be clear, we're not, by referencing the local government representatives and appointing them quickly, we're not stating that we expect them to then appoint the remainder of the board, right? Okay.
No,
council
the
will
board
go
has
on
to be
that.
appointed by the legislative body.
Yes, that was the point I was going to make. And so as long as we're clear on that, yeah, great.
Do we have a motion?
I think Jay Lynn kind of had one.
It's not, my motion wouldn't have been the same as yours, Evan, so perhaps you should do it. Because it's not something I'm willing to fight about. It doesn't.
No, I was happy with yours.
I mean, really, the only motion that you need to make is the first one that's on the agenda summary, because if you're not going to appoint tonight, the motion is pretty simple in terms of adopting the resolution and the bylaws.
That's true, except for in the resolution, there are 9 slots that actually seeks to name the members. So that's why I added the second part of naming them on June 2nd.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I will go ahead and make a motion then. I move to adopt the proposed resolution establishing the Grand County Economic Development Advisory Board with the individuals on the board to be named at the June 2nd council meeting, and move to approve the associated bylaws.
Motion by Jay Lynn, seconded by Evan. Further discussion? I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Passes. All opposed? Passes unanimously.
Okay.
We are now moving to item G, adopting proposed resolution approving the final plat of the Hawk subdivision, a high-density housing overlay located at 2095 South, 2120 South, and 2130 South Plateau Drive. Zachariah.
Sure, I can take this one, but if Chris would be willing to, yep, there's Mila. So Mila is going to take this one, and then the additional land use applications that are public hearings. I am available for additional context and questions.
Hi, everybody. Can you all hear me? Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Great. Okay, so this is the final plat for the HDHO development that you voted to apply the high density housing overlay to parcels on April 7th and approved the associated master plan. We have gone back and forth with the applicant and solved any issues raised by the DRT. This plat complies with all the rules and regulations in the land use code, and it is not really different than the approved master plan. The Planning Commission approved the preliminary plat on March 9th. So it's ready to go.
Do I have a motion? Evan?
Muted.
You're on mute, Evan.
Sorry. I move to adopt the resolution approving the Hawks subdivision final plat for the parcels located at 2095 South, 2120 South, and 2130 South Plateau Drive.
Motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by
Second.
Gabriel Wojtek. Discussion. All in
I just had a-
favor?
Aye.
Oh, you had a did
I
I
just had
have
a
say, did somebody,
This is Chris.
was it, who had a question?
Chris.
You're cutting,
So, looking, has the development agreement been signed or approved? Believe it.
Yes,
Okay.
that was signed and approved when the high density housing overlay was applied.
And
Okay.
it does need to be recorded prior to the final plat being recorded as well, but it has been approved.
Yes.
Was that included in the motion last time?
Could have been.
So development, so the way that this high density housing overlay process works is that the ordinance that approves applying the HDHO designation to the parcel includes the master plan and development agreement. The development agreement has to be recorded at some time between that ordinance and the HDHO approval and when the final plat gets approved, or I'm sorry, recorded.
So is that a component of the ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, because it wasn't in the motion, and so I just want to make sure it's.
Yeah, it's not technically part of the resolution that approves the final plat, because the first stage is the legislative stage where those two additional elements are required. The resolution and final plat approval are administrative approvals.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You can proceed, Mary.
any further discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining?
Abstaining.
Okay, motion passes 6-1, Jalen Hawks abstaining. Thank you. We are now on the consent agenda.
Mary?
I believe that's 601.
Yes, Zachariah is right. It was 6-1 with Mary, Jalen abstaining. It's 6 o'clock. Do you want to do second citizens to be heard?
Yes. Do we have, do we have any citizens to be heard?
There is an Aaron Wade on. I don't know if this person wants to speak as a citizen to be heard.
I'm with Gilmore Bell, the bond counsel to the county.
Thank you. So, and also, Mary, once we get on citizens to be heard, we should recess and call the MBA to order.
Okay,
And so, is there anybody in the meeting that would like to speak as a citizen to be heard? Okay.
okay. It looks like there's no one for citizens to be heard. I would have a recess. Is there anyone opposed to recessing and beginning the MBA meeting? Okay, we will recess and now we will begin the MBA meeting. I have to pull it up just a second. The time is 6:02. We are beginning the meeting for the Grand County Municipal Building Authority special meeting held virtually by Zoom. Present are Mary McGann, Chris Baird, Evan Clapper, Greg Halliday, Curtis Wells, Gabriel Wojtek, Jalen Hawks, Christina Sloan, Quinn Hall, Rory Paxman, Mary McGann. Approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
I would move to approve the minutes of April 21st, 2020.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
And anyone opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Any disclosures? Okay, no. Presentations, none. Discussion, update on EMS Special Service District 2021 budget projections. Andy Smith. Is Andy Smith present?
Yes, yeah. And
Is
so
Andy-
I asked Andy, you know, given the circumstances of reduced revenues, to kind of give a little bit of an update on their financial projections for either 2021 or 2022, depending on when we start this debt payments. And Andy and his board provided us with some information, which is in your packet for agenda item B. And Andy is with us here. Andy, did you want to go over your information that you've sent us?
Sure, yeah. So I met with my board. We discussed kind of what the projections are looking like for the next couple of years, really. But the real uncertainty at this point is the 2020 year. And so we provided a letter and just some information on what our department has been doing to ensure we can be financially stable for the next year, and then on into 2021 and 2022. None of us really know for sure, right, how things are going to end up happening, and but we're pretty confident that revenue is going to normalize here in the next year, and that we won't have an issue making these bond payments. If it does come up as a problem, we're very committed to working with the CIB to make something happen that's needed, you know, to delay or to delay the first payment. And those are kind of things that we're going to be exploring anyways, but as of now, we're not. Don't know why it's so dark. Sorry, you guys can't even see me, but as of right now, we're feeling pretty confident that calls have started to increase. There's more traffic around town. Our expectation is that by the end of this year, we should be normalized.
Just for clarification, his report was in an email sent out yesterday, I believe.
It's
Did
also
people, excuse me, Chris?
It's also been incorporated into the actual packet for the meeting too.
Oh, I have the old packet maybe. Thank you.
So Andy, could you talk us through these numbers, what the loan payments would be and all that based on the reduced income for 2020?
Well, so right now there's no bond payment due on the building, and it won't be due until the building is completed. And so that anticipation, actually a little bit after that's completed, the anticipation is October of 2021 is the first bond payment that would be due. The numbers provided are just our general plan for 2020 on reducing expenses to get us through the 2020 year. And so we've done some things already to delay capital expenses, capital payments, and some other things to try to bring our numbers in line closer to revenue for the year. We'll continue to make those cuts that are needed for the 2020 year and until we kind of have a better financial picture of what's going on.
So do you think, based on your budget projections this year and COVID times, if you had the bond payment, could you make it?
No, not in 2020, not at this point. I mean, it all depends on the next month. So if you take April as an example, and we stayed at that level of revenue that we saw in April, no.
Okay, so just to update the council since our last meeting, or maybe it was a couple meetings ago, I did review those loan documents more, and the property is pledged as security. And so there is a risk, and I think it's a serious risk that we could lose the property if EMS and the county, since we are in a dire financial situation, could not make the bond payment. Bond counsel probably can opine here. They did say at the last meeting that they haven't seen a situation themselves where the CIB foreclosed on county property, but it's certainly possible. And the other piece that Chris and I are still looking into, but the BLM is starting to waive royalties for oil and gas companies. And of course, those royalties and lease revenues fund the CIB. And so they have actually, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but maybe 90 or so waivers that's dropping the royalty payment that we would get, that the CIB would get, about 16 percentage points. Of course, mineral lease funds are dropping dramatically anyway. So given these times, council, I'm just very concerned about pledging county property, given the budgeting information we have.
Yeah, I can appreciate that for sure. I think that CIB supports this project. I don't think that you know, they're drooling over some county property up there that they're hoping to get their hands on. You know, we heard from Gabe earlier in the meeting that the care center was able to postpone their bond payments. And, you know, I think we all recognize that changes in the EMS facilities are overdue. I think that we've already invested a lot of money to get to where we are at this point. I think that postponing is only going to make the project cost more overall. And I feel like during this time when the county is reducing the services that we're providing to our citizens, that this is really one of the things that our citizens are expecting from local government, even though the district is separate from us now and they're you know, no longer living in the house with us, they're still our baby, you know. And I think that if you know, they're doing great with what they are, but if these subpar facilities kind of are just kind of expected to be used indefinitely into the future, I think that a lot of citizens would start to feel that when they pick up the phone to call 911. And when you're having a heart attack, you want it's kind of non-negotiable, you know. It's you can't really do grade B work. It's not like if our planning department gets backlogged, we can't just say to a heart attack patient, oh, we'll deal with you next week, or we'll deal with you in a month from now. So I would really like to continue to support EMS in their efforts for this. I think we're all kind of like, I think that with these crazy challenges that the whole world is facing, I think people are going to recognize that it's not necessarily a mismanagement during the budgeting process that would cause any kind of shortfall, as much as having responders to deal with a pandemic. I'm getting long-winded here, so I'll stop, but I feel comfortable keeping the county property as leverage on the loan.
And I just want to point out also, we've got our municipal services advisor, Alex Buxton from Zions Public Finance, as well as Aaron Wade from Gilmore Bell, our bond counsel, available for anybody who has specific questions for them. And so I'm not, I guess it depends on your perspective. The council is already, willing to essentially donate that property to the service districts. And so, the risk is really going to end up being, to a degree, on EMS anyway. Alex has discussed with Candace from the CIB, the concept of foreclosure, or if it's ever happened. The CIB is nobody is aware of the CIB ever foreclosing on a loan, and especially for a project like this, a public safety project. And so I think it would be highly unlikely that the CIB would foreclose. There are some options, if it comes down to it, we could defer possibly the first payment to 2022 instead of 2021, and maybe give our economy some time to rebound if that's necessary. We'd have to determine that before we close, because you need to be able to establish the debt schedule. So I think that's something that you, Andy, and your board might want to discuss, whether or not you want to ask the CIB to bump the first payment out. I think Alex can maybe go over this a little more, or Aaron, but I think you're still on the hook for the interest for that first year, but you can defer the first payment, possibly. That's an option.
Yeah.
But, it's an important project, and I think that we also have to take into account the value of what the CIB provided. A very substantial loan or a very substantial zero interest loan, plus a pretty significant grant. Obviously, under the circumstances with regard to major drops in rural lease revenue, an opportunity like this will not come up again for a long, long time. So it would be a shame to lose this particular allocation from the CIB and award. So, it is a bit scary, but I think that if we ran into trouble with this project and paying the debt, that the CIB would work with us on it.
So let me just kind of be clear about that. So this year in particular, we already are putting in $100,000 into the closing. And so we could make the payment if we weren't also putting the $100,000 in to close the loan, if that makes sense. So we had to bring $100,000 to the table. So this year, if it was just the payment due, that would be fine. It's a $118,000 payment. But since we also had to bring we are going to bring the $100,000 to the table for closing, if we also had to make the bond payment, that would be $218,000 total, which we couldn't do. But we, again, fully expect revenues to normalize, and our expectation as a board is to not, of course, have this fall on you guys, or hopefully to not have to go back to CIB for any change in terms. And we're willing to make the cuts to make that happen. But yeah, this year it's really tight with the additional funds that have to be put out for the loan.
So Mary, may I comment?
Yes, Jalen.
First of all, I don't know if this is required, but I should disclose that Steve, my husband, is on the EMS board. However, neither of us has anything to gain if this goes through or not. So I feel like I am free to speak. I've watched Andy over the past 6 years, and he's come through some hard times. He's had a very thorough plan to move forward and move EMS forward in our county. When he has been asked, well, he wasn't even asked, but he did present the board, the county council, with a 5-year plan some years ago. It was when they were thinking of disconnecting from the county because of a lot of things beyond their control. And I have always been impressed that he's been a team player. And if it's not looking like it's going to work out for the county as a whole, he has withdrawn his application to the CIB for funding. This is his time. I am impressed with the document that he provided in response to the questions. It's very frank. It doesn't make outrageous promises, but it's very realistic. And I have full confidence in him and that board, that we had a very dedicated board, to make this happen and make this go forward without burdening the county, if that is at all possible, which I believe it is.
Should we open the public hearing?
We haven't yet. We're still in the discussion.
Okay.
And so we want to ask if anybody has any more to discuss with regard to.
Any more discussion before? Do we have any further discussion? So we will open the public hearing. If you are a member of the public and wish to call in, dial 669-900-6833. Do we have anyone in the waiting room?
No, but before we ask for public comments, either Alex or Aaron, do you want to just give an overview of the basics of this loan, so that the proposed debt schedule, the total amounts, all that kind of stuff, just for the purposes of the public hearing?
Sure, I could take that. This is Alex Buxton at Zion's Public Finance. Happy to join here this evening. As far as the details of the loan amount, is a zero interest loan of $3,548,000. The first payment currently is scheduled to begin in October of 2021. So as Andy mentioned earlier, that first payment won't be due for quite some time. And again, hopefully revenues will continue to improve between now and then. The loan will go out on a 30-year term up through 2050. And like I mentioned, it's a 0% loan. The CIB has also awarded the county, as Chris mentioned earlier, a grant in the amount of $1,182,000. So those are the two pieces of the financing with the Community Impact Board. I would like to just echo, if I could, what Chris had mentioned earlier, in that I did have a discussion with Candace Powers of the CIB earlier today, and I've worked with the CIB for the past 19 years of my career, and I have not yet seen them default a bond. Certainly nobody goes into any financial commitment with the expectation of not being able to make their payments, and I know that's not the case here either. But if there are issues that arise down the line, I've always known CIB to work with that entity in figuring out a way, whether it's a restructuring of the debt or a reissuance of the debt, refunding the old bonds with a new issue with terms that would allow it possible for the borrower to make their payments. So I can appreciate the concern that some of the council has regarding the land and regarding the building and so forth. Certainly the CIB is not in the business to take ownership of a building or a land of any land. And I would think that would be the case in any dire situation here as well.
And then Andy, could you just give an overview of the project again for the purposes of the public hearing and letting the public know exactly what this project entails, or not exactly, but just a summary?
Yeah, so the project is a approximate 12,000 square foot EMS facility encompassing both the living quarters for our EMTs and our paramedics, parking and space for the ambulances, administrative offices and training offices up here at 520 East 100 North, the old senior center. As far as in terms of the other agencies involved, it also includes space for the American Legion, meeting space and storage space for those folks. So that's just kind of a general overview. Does that suffice, Chris? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I think that covers the basics then, Mary. You want to request public comment?
Mary? Mary?
Yes, Jalen.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
before we start that, can I just ask a quick question of Chris? So what is on the agenda tonight for a public hearing looks very, very similar to the resolution that we passed at the last meeting, which we just approved the minutes for. Can you just tell me what this is about? I mean, how does it differ from that resolution?
The resolution that's in their packet is the same thing as was approved. Okay. And so this public hearing doesn't actually require any post action. Your approval of the parameters resolution already set all of that in motion. And as long as the closing documents fall in line with those approved parameters, then Christina Sloan and our auditor approve, then the closing can commence. This particular public hearing is a requirement of state statute for municipal bonding. And so that's why we're holding this public hearing. After this public hearing, there's I believe a 30-day protest period that we have to make it through. And I think it's looking probably like we're going to close at the latter part of June. Is that right, Andy, or somewhere around there? We still have to go out to bid and award a bid and before we can close. And so if it weren't for having to go out to bid, we could probably close in the first part of June. But go ahead, Andy, and let me give an indication when you think you might be able to close.
Yeah, that's the issue, is getting enough of the construction documents done to get effective or correct bids back. So it's really probably looking more like mid-July, beginning of July before we could actually close the loan. Okay. It's progressing, but it's a little slower than we anticipated.
So yeah, all right. So this public hearing is a requirement of statute. That's why we're doing it. Then there's some more noticing that has to occur after this. So it's all just a part of the statutory process.
So the public hearing will remain open for 60 days, did you say?
Well, I think it has to be, there's the public hearing could, I think, only statutorily requires be open for tonight, but there is a 30-day protest period. Isn't that right?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Chris, this is Ray. I know I joined late, but I just give you a quick color on that. The hearing is a one-time event. It's at the discretion. You could table it if you ran out of time, but typically the public hearing is a one-time event, and then you have a contestability period, meaning if anyone saw a legal trouble or problem with the bonds, they have 30 days to contest the legality of the bond. The reason for that is to give bondholders ultimate comfort that there's not some legal challenge that could come after they close or deliver funds. So that's the 30-day contestability. It's a little different than a protest, Chris. I just characterize it as a contestability period that would run before we close.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
You bet.
So the public hearing, we will open the
Go ahead, Mary, sorry.
we will open the public hearing. Do we have anyone for the public hearing? Is anybody in the waiting booth?
Nobody's in the waiting room.
Okay. We have reached the end of the agenda. So we will adjourn this meeting of the Moab Municipal Building Authority and excuse me. And we will enter our regular county council meeting.
All right, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Aaron and Randy.
Thank
You
you.
bet. Thank you.
And Alex, and thanks, Andy.
Thank you. So we have re-entered our regular county council meeting. We are at the consent agenda. Consent agenda.
Mary, I think we still
Ratifying-
have to do item G.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Greg. Adopting proposed resolution approving the final plat of the Hawk subdivision, a high-density housing overlay located at 2095 South, 2120 South, and 2130 South Plateau Drive. Zachariah.
I'm pretty sure you've already done this, right?
No.
I thought we did. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did this.
This is
Yeah,
done.
it was a motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by Gabriel.
Okay, never
Okay.
mind.
Okay, I thought we had, but I've been wrong before. Okay, we are at the consent agenda. Ratifying the chair's signature on a letter requesting Grand County's cooperating agency status for the Utah September 2020 oil and gas lease sale and all future oil and gas leases affecting land in Grand County. Ratifying the chair's signature on letters requesting stimulus funding for gateway communities to Utah's U.S. Representatives Curtis and U.S. Senator Lee and Romney. Ratifying the chair's signature on a letter to the National Park Service Superintendent supporting the Southeast Utah Health Department's recommendation for the slow and cautious reopening of Arches and Canyonlands National Park. Ratifying the chair's signature on the Rural Community Development Initiative, USDA grant assurance agreement. Ratifying the chair's signature on a letter of support for the Southeastern Utah Economic Development District's proposal to the Economic Development Administration for a grant to fund the revolving loan fund program. M, approving the amended plat of Wingate subdivision, a planned unit development. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Mary.
A motion by Greg Halliday, second. Seconded by Evan Clapper. Discussion. I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. Discussion item N. Discussion regarding opportunities to further reduce payroll expenses and compensation levels. Chairman Wells.
Thank you, Mary. Sorry, I got shuffled up on my agenda. I'm trying to get back to, it's a little bit shuffled on my end. Anyhow, I can get into it while I'm seeing like the economic development stuff before this discussion item after the consent agenda. But anyways, while I'm getting there, this is something that in discussing kind of our time frame and our circumstance with Chris, we're still closing out 2019, and more or less there's more work to do, and it's going to take a little bit more time before we can really get some clarity in terms of a 2020 budget amendment. And so this is something that we're going to get into with more substance as a council when we are able to discuss the 2020 budget amendment. But it's there's a lot of concerns from the community and constituents that I'm getting as far as what is everybody's essentially been shut down, and a lot of people are hurting as far as compensation goes, and incomes, and as a local government entity, there's an expectation that we're going to make concessions and do the things that we can as elected officials and staff of local government to shave costs and ease the burden on the taxpayers. And so I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the PDF that was produced for this item in the packet. My packet's out of order. I just clicked the one on the link for the county. I have the PDF pulled up just in my Adobe from an email from Renee that shows the 2020 council budget reduction scenarios. Is everybody looking at that?
I can pull it up.
Kurt, I had Renee and I asked you if you would like that to be included in the packet. We never got a response, so we didn't know if we should put it.
Okay, so that's why I'm not seeing it. That's fine. I remember that exchange. I just couldn't find the agenda, summary either, but as just a reference to council, that's kind of what I'm looking at in this discussion. And so what was provided from HR and Chris was basically some scenarios of council member salary reductions. One of the things to keep in mind too is that the study committee that recommended the change in form of government county plan to us, did recommend a salary that is lower than what we're currently receiving as council members. Now, as far as compensation goes as council members, it would require a public hearing and an ordinance, to formally amend the county plan to adjust our compensation. And so council members can decline compensation voluntarily. And so, as far as council goes, it's not going to be I don't think it really makes sense in discussing this with Chris to create a bunch of work to formally amend the county plan as it pertains to council compensation. But this is a way to start the discussion, in advance of that 2020 budget amendment process that we're going to be looking at once we get 2019 closed out, and wanted to give council members the opportunity, to discuss this. I know this might make some folks uncomfortable, but this is part of it. And I think this is something that, we should, I think it's just the right thing to do to understand where there are opportunities to, reduce compensation, not just furloughs and layoffs, but, we went in and increased compensation rates countywide to bring them up to an average, which is what we're supposed to do according to our county plan. And that kind of political football was punted for so long that it led to in addressing that, it led to in some ways some significant increases that have been widely politicized and published. And so it's something that we've just kind of recently addressed. But I can tell you, as a local business person that's still really active in the the private sector workforce here in Moab, that unfortunately, like, we haven't really been able to, and especially as a business owner, that's not collecting unemployment, we haven't really been able to dictate with much, at all, the terms in which our compensation is adjusted. It's more or less, been dictated to us, and a lot of us were not actually, going to receive any kind of income due to COVID impacts. It's more of a, hopefully we can break even and pay our bills, or float the business expenses and our debt service, still be in the red, but not lose our business. And so, kind of playing this, I guess, in my perspective, having one foot in as a county legislator with fiduciary responsibilities, and having an understanding of, or my understanding of county government, but then also one foot in actively in the business environment in the private sector in Moab. I want to have this conversation. I want people to feel comfortable having the conversation, and I can assure you, is a lot of my constituents, tend to be business owners and a lot of kind of heavy private sector citizens and constituency. This is a discussion that they're wanting us to have, and I think not just because they want us to feel the pain too, out of just politics or whatever, but because we're kind of a yin and a yang. I mean, the taxpayers provide the revenue for us to to hire people to provide services, and so if they're feeling the pain and their ability to facilitate the generation of revenue like TRT, sales and use tax, or also support property that pays property tax, I think it's responsible to kind of see that we're doing the best we can to minimize those impacts, and say these things with the utmost regard for the county's employees that provide the services, and a lot of the long tenured employees, especially, that have given a lot of their time and their lives to county departments. And so as a council, again, just kind of starting with us, we've got 4 different scenarios here in terms of a reduction in our compensation and what that equates to in terms of savings. And so for the public that aren't that don't have this document in front of them,
Hey,
scenario
Curtis, I'm sorry. Is there any way you can share your screen with the rest of us so we can see what you're talking about?
Because we don't have that document. Yes, Chris?
I just emailed it to y'all. I don't know if you can access your email or not.
So I'm sharing the screen now. Can you all see it?
I can see it, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so scenario number one, which is council and the chair refusing any compensation for the rest of the year, is a total savings of 130,000 to the county. Scenario number two is a salary reduction to minimum wage beginning June 1st, which would equate to a total savings of $85,816.93. Minimum wage being $7.25 an hour for both the council chair and council members. Scenario number three is a 50% salary reduction beginning June 1st, which is a total savings of $65,000. Even with a 50% reduction in salary, we're still well ahead of minimum wage. That would bring the council chair to $12 an hour, council members at $10.28 an hour. And then scenario number three, which is a 25% salary reduction, equates to a saving beginning June 1st, equates to a savings of $32,708.41. That hourly rate breakdown is $18.12 an hour for the council chair and $15.42 for council members. So that's kind of the breakdown of some different options. You know, as a council, should we choose to, you know, to reduce our compensation? The table up top that's provided, you know, just shows the total budgeted amount annually for council compensation, which shows an hourly rate and a biweekly salary. As of right now, for the public, county council compensation on how that hourly rate is broken down by, let's see, just doing some quick math, how many hours a week, Chris or Renee?
29, I think.
29 hours. So at a 29-hour a day work week, council members are compensated $20.56 an hour with a biweekly salary of essentially $1,200. The council chair compensation is at $24.15 an hour at 29 hours and $1,400 a week. Now, you know, there's probably a array of opinions on how many hours a week council members work, and depending on the week and the council member, but that just for discussion purposes. So I guess with that, I'll turn it over to back to the council chair and open it up for discussion. I'm definitely interested in hearing from council members on this issue, for sure.
Open for discussion. Can we put that down now? Chris, Curtis?
You want me to take not share my screen anymore?
I don't know, I can't see people, but, or maybe I can go like this. Does anyone have any discussion? Is there any discussion? Oh, there we go. I have it in front of me. I found it on your email. Thank you, Chris, for sending that. You know, I think it's a nice gesture. I think it's a really good gesture, in fact, and I've talked about it and thought about doing something similar. So thank you, Curtis, for getting this graph and this for us. I don't know if it's something, I know each of us have a different situation. I know for some council members, their stipend is very, very important. And it's what's making it possible for them to do their job, to take time off work to get to council meetings. And then there's some of us that it's not, you know, it's not why we're here. It's great. It's a nice bonus. And so it's, I don't know where we want to go as far as how to come up with what is fair or right, or like the city does, they go in and just individually decide that they're going to reduce or lower their salaries. I don't know if we want to go that direction. I'm happy to go along with what the majority of the council wants. Anybody else? Great. Evan?
Sure, I'll weigh in. Kurt, I think it's an important discussion to have. I definitely appreciate you underscoring the fact that no one's requiring any member to reserve fees, to receive salary. Any council member at any time is free to turn those down. And I think that we all recognize that we are going to be in a lot of tough budget discussions, even more than what we've been in so far. I am a little hesitant to address it in isolation. I think, like any organization, it's important to look at the whole picture and kind of weigh everything together. I think that I'm really hoping that we're going to be rebounding soon with the attorney's feedback that we're heading to peach, not orange, not yellow, but heading to peach soon. I'd like to see how some of this plays out. We have been making progress with the CARES Act funding and some of those distributions that are going to be coming to local governments. And so I would like to see how that plays out in all effect. You know, not just the furloughs, but the hiring freeze has saved us a lot of money. I mean, just, you know, the first line on that chart that was shared by the HR director. I mean, the first position there, by freezing that, we're saving $85,900 and some change. So one position there is, you know, the difference of all of us accepting a minimum wage thing. You know, for the sake of the public, the council is part-time. I think it is calculated that 2080 annual average of hours, and we don't receive benefits or anything like that, which is a big cost. And there's, you know, so I guess where I'm at is I would like to look at the organization as a whole and the whole budget before we start making piecemeal revisions. I think any kind of revisions to the budget should be done in a bigger budgeting process. But yeah, to your point, if anybody feels adamant that they feel like they shouldn't or should be on a reduced salary, I'm not going to stop them. So I guess that's where I'm at with it today, and I look forward to more discussions around the entire budget for the county and seeing where those CARES funds come and taking a full holistic approach to bouncing back from this unexpected setback that we're dealing with.
Any further comments?
I echo Evan's thoughts. It's a good discussion to have. I'd like to have it not in isolation, but as a part of across the board talks. So thank you, Evan. And thank you, Curtis, for bringing it up.
And thank you, Renee, if you're still on, for creating these scenarios. It's very helpful. I really like seeing this because I was wondering how much it would save. Would it be a big drop in the bucket, or would it just like not even help? So this is very helpful. I'm glad to see this.
I'm just not ready to move on quite yet, Mary. So Just,
Oh, I
on
did
the-
say, I
on the
wasn't saying
floor.
move on. I wasn't
Whenever-
moving on. I was just, did you say you were ready to move on or you weren't ready? I couldn't understand.
Sorry, I wanted to ask a few questions when you're finished.
I'm not, go ahead.
So if the response so far from council is essentially not wanting to get into specifics of scenarios or justifications for reduction in compensation for council, but more of they want to postpone getting into it until we actually start the 2020 budget amendment process. Chris, can you give us just like a ballpark timeline for when you would like to see the council kind of dive into the 2020 budget amendment?
Well, I've already put out a request to most departments that are funded by sales, use, or excise taxes to try to make a 25% cut, and that's already gone out. And so that's why we're seeing, 31 positions down from what we're budgeted already. And that's before a budget amendment process. And so I have already, started hitting on a lot of those, that low-hanging fruit. What isn't really reflected in the financial, information that Renee's produced is, we've also suspended a lot of equipment purchases. There's quite a bit of equipment that goes with the sheriff's patrol deputies. So the cars, we've deferred, most of our capital projects. So there's already quite a bit that's happened. I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm waiting around for a budget amendment to make big cuts because I know that we have to make them. And so I'm hoping that as soon as we get done with 2019's audit, I think it'll be at the end of next week, I'm going to turn around right away and start working on a 2020 budget amendment. So we're probably looking at the beginning of June, doing a real fast evaluation and then try to get, something passed in June sometime. There's been, quite a bit of response, I think, from the county in terms of making cuts voluntarily. But we do have to understand that if you really want it to be legislative, like to say you have to live by this budget, then it requires a budget amendment, a true budget. And so we're also going to need to really crunch numbers and try to get some kind of reasonable projection of what kind of losses we're going to suffer, which I understand is going to be difficult. It's made more difficult by the fact that our revenue trails the period that it's collected for by between 2 and 4 months. But by June, we'll have some concept of the loss from March, which is going to be pretty substantial. And it would be nice to see what the loss was in April too, before we proceed. But we're going to have to make some projections regarding recovery and the rebound through the end of the year. But yeah, I mean, it really comes down in a lot of ways to just simple math. We've got to balance the budget somehow. And if we get to the point where we're not able to do that without salary cuts or, temporary salary adjustments, then, that's just what we're gonna have to do. It's just, the reality of money. And so, but I wouldn't want to, go too far down that road without really giving it, a reasonable assessment in terms of what our expenses are over revenue. But I've been very aggressive thus far in making some pretty substantial cuts because I know we're going to have to make them. So I don't know if that, entirely answers your question, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend to anybody to wait too long to make, an initial round of cuts. And like I say, I've already asked that of everybody to try to cut 25%. Which I think is going to end up being the reality. That the general is probably going to have to be cut by about 25%. That doesn't have to amount of labor costs. You know, we could cut a lot of equipment, a lot of capital projects, a lot of planning. You know, there's possibilities of changing the splits with HSA. You know, well, maybe we'll have to talk with Renee, but there might be some ability to, you know, down the road make changes to HSA contributions, the split between the county and the employees for health insurance. You know, there's a lot of different options to look at, and you know, every department's different also, and so some departments may prefer to use one particular strategy over another. What's ultimately important to me is that we make the cuts and maintain, you know, a de minimis level of service that's reflective of statutory requirements.
Yeah. So I want to say that definitely simple math, you know, as far as getting, you know, expenses to meet revenue. I think there's a space too that I want to address, which is I think it would be unfortunate as an organization if we pushed the loss of revenue entirely on the employees that are being furloughed, you know, or laid off. And I think, you know, a concern that I have is if elected leadership in the county and administrative, you know, leadership in the county is ultimately, you know, reluctant or unwilling to take a hit in compensation like everyone else, you know, in the entire valley, and all of the taxpayers, all of the businesses, it doesn't sit well. You know, it doesn't sit well with me, I can tell you that much. And I don't think that will sit well with the citizens and the taxpayers. And so, you know, that I think that's something that I encourage council to, you know, strongly consider is it really justified and appropriate to try to isolate leadership from feeling this pressure financially that everyone is feeling, and if so, what is the justification for that immunity? You know, from you know, we have scratch in the game too, and a lot of the I mean, we are the legislative body that is supporting orders by the health department or enacting orders ourselves that impact the economy. And so, you know, I think, you know, that's something that I would like to see us address, you know, and I think that's not just council, I think that's our fellow elected officials also. And we're not, you know, I don't think we're asking for any of those people to, you know, take on some kind of catastrophic, you know, reduction in compensation, which a lot of people are feeling and experiencing. You know, again, they don't have haven't had the opportunity to take their time and evaluate how they can, you know, best absorb the impact of this. But this is something that I just think is the right thing to do. So at the point in time, you know, as soon as possible, where if the council wants to work through that on like a county-wide basis, you know, looking at all the elected official salaries, looking at all the leadership salaries, you know, those line items that are at the top end of compensation in the county, like I think that makes sense. Again, this wasn't the intention wasn't to make a decision on council compensation tonight, but that is a conversation that I think is with all due respect, is something that needs to happen. And I think that needs to be addressed. There needs to be some amendments that reduce compensation on the top end of payroll for elected officials and staff.
Mary, if I could comment?
Yes, Gabriel.
I would just like to say that I'm willing and supportive of a reduction in council compensation, and it wasn't my sense that there was resistance from those who spoke. It seemed like from those who spoke thus far, it seems like there is a general willingness, just as you're sort of capitulating and sort of expressing as part of a wider range effort to look at that compensation and how it can be done across the board.
Thank you, Gabriel. And I think what I was attempting to say and maybe didn't get across as clear is this is nice to have that information in front of us so that we can see how much we can make, and we can make a decision in the coming weeks or next, on how we want to move forward and which way would enable us to help the county. Anyone else?
Yeah, Mary?
Yes, Greg?
Yeah, I just did some basic math. I've still got the sheet that Chris did for us back in 18, breaking down all the different counties and what their compensation was, and looking at all that. And Chris is talking about a 25% reduction. So I just did some quick math here, and based upon just the council member's salary, that a 25% reduction would bring it down to about $23,250 per year. But people need to understand too is that besides Social Security and Medicare, we do not get any benefits beyond this. And regular full-time employees get significant compensation beyond just the amount of money that is given. So, but yeah, I mean, looking at it, what I want to avoid is that we don't end up as the poorest compensated county in the state again, because that's what we were. We were the poorestly compensated county in the state. Based upon that information that Chris provided, we were even below Daggett County with 1,200 people. So, I would not like to see us go down to that level again. That's all I got.
Thank you, Greg.
So yeah,
Any
I think
further?
this is Chris. I think that we're gonna have to turn this budget amendment around pretty quick. So it'll have to be something we get on pretty quickly and try to resolve to the best of our ability. I certainly hope that regardless of whether you're an employer in the private or the public sector, that your intent is to minimize harm to your employees. And that, and I think that it's possible, quite honestly, that the county could end up in worse shape than the private sector, because most of the stimulus funding is being directed at the private sector. And even the third round of stimulus fund, we could get, Grant County could get about $1 million, maybe a little more. But a lot of that is probably going to be direct small business grants. And previous rounds of stimulus have gone that way too. So, if Grand County gets in the position where they have to take even more extreme measures than the private sector, I certainly wouldn't wish upon the private sector that they have to follow suit. And I just hope that everybody realizes that the objective should be to minimize harm across the board on our economy. But there is the very distinct possibility that that the county-wide compensation policy may have to be adjusted in order to get in line with balancing the budget, and that's a distinct possibility. But I think that, in terms of adopting a philosophy of causing the least amount of harm to individuals as possible, that we should be creative in how we go about making these budget cuts and budget amendments, and that actually causing harm to people should be one of the last actions that we would take. But we still we have a lot of options prior to that point. I'm not saying that we won't get to that point, but we may. And I would certainly hope that if we did cause harm to people's livelihoods, that we were doing it because we had to, not because we were being punitive.
So Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think where I'm coming from is not about causing harm to people, but I guess my philosophy, Chris, is without the private sector, there is no county government. And so, the private sector is creating the value that allows us to have county government and services. And so my own personal perspective and philosophy is if the county government is not expecting to follow suit with the dynamics and the fundamentals that the private sector is dealing with, in some ways, like that's a math problem that I have an issue with. And I guess that's what I'm getting at. The relation of the creation of value and how the county government taxes that and provides the services to the public. So I don't really see, this isn't an apple to an apple, and as much as it's only an appropriate thing. And I guess what I'm saying is something would be wrong if the county didn't respond accordingly to what the private sector is dealing with, and so it's not about intentionally causing harm to people. But if you are an employee of Grand County or an elected official of Grand County, you have to go into that knowing that the county is not a business. It doesn't generate revenue independently to provide services. It collects revenue based off the value that's generated by the private sector. So there's a relationship there, and that's the perspective, I guess, and how I'm articulating my concerns and how I'd like to see us approach it.
Yeah, and I think that that drop in economic activity will have a direct effect on our revenue, which will then have a direct effect on our budgeting. And so it all, plays out. And I do believe, that if, the government should really follow the needs of the private sector. And so if the private sector contracts, then the government also should. And there's really no choice, quite honestly, because we've adapted and evolved over the years to rely almost predominantly on sales, use, and excise taxes. And so when the economy contracts, there's no real option. So it's going to happen naturally, and we've already made a lot of big cuts. Like I say, we're not ignoring it. You have to remember, though, that the Grand County is not just in the tourism business, and so if tourism shuts down, that doesn't mean that we don't have anything to do. A lot of the services that local government provides are necessary, regardless of whether tourism's running or not. And so there's quite a lot of health, public safety, roads, all the basic tenets of statutory requirements remain in effect. We still have to keep doing that. It doesn't matter whether tourism is ground to a halt or not. We still have responsibilities and obligations, and we have to keep those things going. Those are, and I keep trying to iterate that those are the important things to prioritize in the budgeting process. We'll have to make some distinguishments between elements of our operation that are discretionary, that we've added, that are optional elements of our organization, and those elements of our organization that are statutory requirements, and to prioritize the statutory side of things if we get down to a really sort of minimalist budget, which I think we may be heading toward. But again, we do have to realize that the closures were relatively short compared to a lot of other places in the US, and we're doing actually reasonably well health-wise. And so if that trend continues, we've got to keep an eye on how fast the economy rebounds. And that's going to be a part of the equation, because how much we have to cut in 2020 is going to be relative to how fast the economy rebounds. And it's coming back on relatively quickly, but it's going to be dictated, not only by local circumstances, but national and international circumstances. And so it's something we'll have to address pretty quickly. But we are going to have to make some really severe cuts, and could get to the point where we can't make those cuts without compensation changes.
So, hey, Mary, can I make another comment?
Yes, you bet.
Yeah, just looking at this, I would be comfortable. I mean, if we're asking all the departments for a 25% reduction, I mean, I could live with that with us. So.
Thank you, Greg.
That's all I got.
And just to reiterate, and Kurt brought this up, but the council's salary is embedded in the optional plan for government. And so to actually formally adjust council salaries, you'd have to have a public hearing to amend the optional plan for government. And that requires a supermajority vote of the council. So 5 votes and a public hearing to amend the optional plan. And so as Kurt also brought up, the alternative would just be, to voluntarily amend your own compensation down, which you can do. But to actually formally change it is, there's a considerable amount of process involved in that.
What is, Chris, what is the proposed salary in the change of government?
I think it was around 17,000. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head.
I thought it was closer to 21, but
I think it was 17 for a regular council member and 21 for the chair. I'd have to look to be sure, but that kind of is what I'm remembering.
Madam Chair, may I suggest, for just the sake of time, and that I think we've got consensus that we'll need to address this during a 2020 budget amendment, that we continue on.
Oh, I think that's a good idea. And to remember that if we wanted, anybody can reduce their salary if they wish to. So let's move to discussion item O, discussion regarding the creation of a steering committee to assist the Grand County Council and staff for purposes of revising the Grand County Economic Development Plan to reflect economic recovery needs and opportunities to diversify our local economy. Curtis Wells.
Yeah, so this is, when I saw the Economic Advisory Board that's related to that Senate bill added, I was concerned about confusing you guys, but there's a stark contrast in the two efforts, in that the prior was a state initiative to put a group together to kind of oversee the disbursement of grants. And specifically what I'm talking about, and I've got some draft bylaws and a resolution that I'm going to send to Christina. You know, in the agenda summary, I outlined that we all, some of us participated or remember the governor's Rural Economic Development Initiative. It's kind of a tour. And the legislature appropriated some money for the counties to develop economic development plans and then kind of pitch those to the governor's Office of Economic Development. And we put together a board that looked a lot like the board that, and some of them, a lot of those people in the list that we looked at tonight, John Knight, Jen Sadoff, Thatcher from Synergy, participated on that board to kind of develop what our economic development plan is with the City Economic Development Office. So we have a draft economic development plan that's on the county website right now. And the direction that Grand County went with our economic development plan was, in terms of diversification, one of the big opportunities that we have is to level up components of our community that will allow for a influx and a healthy habitat for like remote workforce and attracting kind of corporate relocation to Moab. That's not the only opportunity for diversification, but that was you know, something that we all agreed on, that we saw the state could help us. And that ranged from, like, if you look, it's in the packet, if you look at the draft plan, it's more than a playground, meaning, you know, this is a place that can attract professionals. And so, you know, council members have kind of discussed like where are we going in terms of economic development? You know, what kind of progress can we anticipate in that realm? We did add economic development as a function of the community development and planning and zoning office. And so why this is, I think this is actually really good news. And this is a positive development in kind of a somber time, in that it's, I don't know how many of you have read, but it's being widely publicized right now that this kind of fourth experiment of professionals working from home and remote workforce is, they're seeing a lot of success in that. You know, there's a lot of companies, for instance, Twitter announced last week that they are converting a large majority of their departments into permanent remote workforce. And that's something that's all across the board. It's in energy, it's in finance. And so this is a market, you know, a dynamic shift and a fundamental in the market that is actually kind of creating a current that is in line with something that we were already teed up for. And we actually, you know, the local market is already experiencing it. For instance, after the COVID-19 was declared a global pandemic, just following our first, you know, council meeting when we discussed adopting the first order, a lot of lodging businesses saw a huge spike in an already existing remote workforce that were trying to escape to Moab, to basically isolate in Moab. And obviously some of them got here before our order took place. Most of them didn't. These were people that were coming from, you know, Denver, Salt Lake, but really all over. And then since we lifted the order or amended the order, excuse me, to kind of start a soft reopening on May 1st, a lot of the inquiries in owning property and in particular residential property mob is coming from either already existing or, you know, newly minted remote workforce. And so this is I think a really good time to, for Grand County and Moab to capitalize on this opportunity and really recognize this fact. And this can range from, how we're marketing Moab and who we're marketing Moab to, leveraging TRT promotional monies to, to be more geared towards attracting remote workforce, in corporate relocation, to, just helping Zachariah and his office, bringing a group of people together that kind of understand these dynamics on a more intimate basis in the private sector, to see like where the opportunities are in the current draft economic development plan to expand on, existing components of it or add additional components to it. Really just become proactive, in inviting this. And I think this is a really positive development for Moab and Grand County, because I think ultimately, this is going to help the community in a lot of ways, and attracting, professionals from mid to higher income levels that, can kind of help us round out our economy and our community some more. And so that's a big part of this. The other component of this is there's a lot of pounding on the table from the community and wanting to see someone take the lead on kind of a more detailed recovery plan in terms of the economy that we host right now. And so that's another kind of function of this board. And so, I'd like to do this, and I'd like to see the county take a lead in this, and I'd like to see the council take a lead in this. I obviously have some strong feelings about it, with these discussions with the budget and kind of how we mitigate the impacts of what we're dealing with right now, I think it's important to have some vision and some good capture of what the opportunities are in front of us. And this also wades into kind of the land use code stuff that we've talked about doing, not just trying to manage and regulate lodging, but how does the rest of the land use code in Grand County, and the city of Moab reflect our goals for diversification? And I can tell you, in becoming more and more educated on where the demands are now for economic activity, where those barriers are in our land use code, I think there's work to do, today on that. But I also think that the impacts of this migration of a remote workforce on how that affects commercial property, and it's not just people working from home, it's the decentralization of corporate America into pods around the country. And Moab is a place people want to be. Moab has obviously gained a reputation of a nice place to live for a quality of life. And we've made a lot of investments in our airport. And as we continue to improve in our, and fiber internet and our schools, and as a community, I mean, that's definitely a trend that's going to land right in our lap. And so I guess it's first acknowledging that, and then second, seeing the opportunity and the benefit and inviting it. And so with that, I will planning to send out for legal review the bylaws and the draft kind of ordinance to creation, and get that to us for approval as soon as possible. That's kind of the track I'm on.
Anyone else? Okay.
This is
Shall we
Chris.
move on? Yes,
Mary?
Chris?
Can I speak?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring up that, again, that the third round of stimulus funding is kind of set aside. The state's working it out right now. It's going to be a population-based disbursement, which, like I said, sort of rough calculations show that we could get about $1 million of that in Grand County, and the city will get their own portion of that as well. But the expenditures are fairly limited to either, like direct COVID-19 mitigation or expenses or economic stimulus. Typically, a big part of the reason why we have trouble diversifying the economy is because we don't have a lot of resources that are specific to economic development that's not tourism, recreation, or film related. We've got, the Travel Council has the ability to do that type of economic development, but diversified interests it's difficult to come by those resources. And so I just wanted to bring up that, we're probably looking at several $100,000 worth of potential economic stimulus and economic diversification funding coming from that third round of stimulus. So I do think it's good to get a group of people together to try, again, think about how best to make use of that money, because it's not likely that we're going to see that kind of money come through anytime soon. And it's going to be significant, and I'd like to make sure that we use it in a way that's most useful to us. And I think that one of the things that's a telltale sign of the weakness of a gateway community or a community that's not economically diversified is the revenue loss projections that we've seen across the country. Diversified economies are looking at, their government, local governments are looking at losses in the 5 to 6% range. If you're a gateway community with a sort of all your eggs in one basket kind of scenario, you're looking at 25% plus losses to revenue. And so, it really shows the weakness that exists in our type of economy. So I agree with Curtis, and I think that, trying to take advantage of the way that the entire world's economy is going to change as a result of COVID-19 is a smart way to think about things. And I think that even at Grand County, we were forced into remotely working, but it really kind of created a situation where the whole workforce is now much more technologically savvy than they were before. And so, I think looking at that as a door, to economic development is a good idea. That's all.
Chair, you're muted.
We can't hear you, Mary.
I'm muted. Oh, sorry. Anyway, thank you, Curtis. I'm excited about the possibility of remote economy. Mallory, it's calendar items and public notices.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
You're good.
All right, well, it's nice to meet most of you via Zoom. And this is also the first calendar update that I've given. So if there's anything that I'm not including, because, well, one, it's limited, but anything going forward, let me know and I will make it happen. But our first and only calendar update is actually something that's being removed from the calendar. The Open and Public Meetings Act training that was scheduled for May 28th has been canceled. And instead, this training will be offered online. It's all through the state auditor's online training portal at no cost. So we've emailed everybody who's on the list for notifications about that training. And I'm not sure, Chris, is there anything else I need to be specific on with that training and how people can access it, or?
I think the link is sufficient. And I think, the requirement to obtain that training exists. And the auditors do check to make sure that our board members have received the training, and they keep track of that. So it's important that everybody gets their Open and Public Meetings Act training. Otherwise, we're going to get dinged on our audit. And it's the same with any service district. So it's important to get that. Even if you have to do it online now, which is not necessarily so bad. There's no pizza unless you make it yourself.
I'll send everybody the link right now, and if there's any questions, just let me know.
Anything else, Mallory?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We are now to we'll be opening, we'll discuss we're to the public hearing section. Willow Springs rezone to apply the overnight accommodation overlay. Zachariah Levine.
Okay, so
Zachariah?
Mila is
Yes.
going to take these ones as well. Looks like, let's see, is she still with us here on the Zoom?
I don't
Mila
see
still
her,
in the-
Zachariah.
I'm not seeing her, Zachariah, and I don't see her in the waiting list either.
Okay. Let me reach out to her first before we get started, if you don't mind, just giving me a few seconds to reach out to her. And if not, I will proceed.
Mm,
So Mila is saying that her computer froze and she has to restart. So I will go ahead and get us started and Mila can join. Let me get to this place in the packet here. Okay. So while we are waiting for Mila, I will get you started. This is a public hearing for the Willow Springs Campground Overnight Accommodations Overlay. As you all know, overnight accommodations developments are approved through the application of the overnight accommodations overlay. And so in this instance, Reed Pendleton is the applicant and is requesting approval for that overlay to be applied to Grand County parcel number. Well, you've got that in your packet. Basically, this parcel is just north of the intersection of US 191 and State Route 313. It's on the west side of the highway, kind of opposite Moab Under Canvas and the Archview Campground. So try to orient yourselves in that northern corridor near the 191 and 313 intersection. The request is being submitted in order to facilitate a campground on a 12.4 acre parcel. It's currently zoned resort special and is vacant. It's surrounded by range grazing, resort special and highway commercial land. We have not provided you a recommendation on this application as staff, but have rather noted the various considerations for approval in the staff report. I will note that the Planning Commission held a public hearing and voted 2-4 to send a favorable recommendation. So that means it was given, in effect, an unfavorable recommendation. So 4 planning commissioners voted to send an unfavorable recommendation, 2 voted to send a favorable recommendation. Application of the overnight accommodations overlay is a legislative discretionary process. That means that you are compelled by law to reasonably debate the issues. You are compelled by law to consider public comment and public clamor, and you have broad legislative discretion to decide how you wish. I acknowledge that you won't vote today. You will likely vote at the next council meeting as per county policy. But it's good to just be thinking about process as well. It's very similar to a rezone in that regard, and that you have broad legislative discretion. It's different in that we require an applicant to submit a master plan at this time that they request the overlay, so that you as a council can see exactly what they are proposing to build. Again, in this case, the applicant is proposing to build a campground. They have submitted a master plan that meets all of the requirements in place. At this time, in terms of the legislative component, they have not met all of the elements of the administrative approval of a site plan, which would happen next should you decide to apply the overlay. So in the staff report, we have addressed all of those elements as well, even though really at this stage, your primary question is, do we want to allow for overnight accommodations to be developed in the form of a campground in this area? The applicant has shown some interest in developing other non-lodging uses on the property. They have provided a draft or conceptual site plan for these elements, but they are not necessarily committing to those at this time. And unfortunately, one of the shortcomings of our policy that we currently have in place is that even though there is a preference, a stated preference for mixed use developments, we really have no mechanism by which to enforce that. So if somebody comes to the county and says, I want to do a mixed use development where lodging is one component of it, we can't compel them to build those other non-lodging uses unless they voluntarily commit to doing that in a development agreement, and it would take the form of something like, you couldn't build all your lodging units until you built some of those other non-lodging uses. But nevertheless, in your packet, you've got the applicant's master plan, you've got their applicant narrative, you've got some design elements and some renderings. And so I won't spend too much more time talking about this particular application and what they've presented. I will just remind you that if you haven't read your email, there have been a flurry of public comments coming in over the last week or so, virtually all of them in opposition. There, I think, have been a couple in support, but hopefully you've had some time to read through those. So does anybody have any questions about process and about what, the real question at hand is?
Does anyone have any questions at this point? Should we open up the public hearing?
Reed Pendleton's on. Reed, did you want to speak before or after public comment?
I can speak at the end.
Okay. So Mary, let's open the public hearing and solicit public comment, and then afterward we'll get Reed on. He's the applicant.
Okay, thank you. The public hearing, it is 7:42, and the public hearing on Willow Springs rezone is open. Do we have anyone in the waiting room?
Does anybody wish to speak to the Willow Springs public hearing application?
This is Michael Scarda. I'm with Namaste Rock. We're on the other side of the highway. They're adjacent to us. We support any reasonable development in this area. We have 3 parcels next to us that have mobile homes that have broken windows and are condemned. Anyway, this area doesn't need a pause. We don't need that at all. We have a very different set of circumstances than the valley, and we support this development that's going to help lift up our area. We need as much help as we can get. Thank you.
Any further public comment? No, then should we hear from the Reed?
Sure, I can talk if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to go over a couple things. First of all, I have read the public comments in opposition at the end of the agenda on mine, and I just wanted to clarify a few of the issues that are being brought up by residents for this area. One, several people mentioned a lack of water in the area. This parcel already has a well drilled on property with an attached water right in the aquifer. So the water already exists for this parcel. Another complaint was, we don't want to bring new tourists to town. The development of this parcel is to handle the current tourists that are coming to town. Commercial campgrounds with facilities, really there hasn't been much development in the last 6 years. The only campground with facilities that has been built from the ground up was ACT, and that was back in 2015. The demand for hookups is well over exceeding what we actually have in town. And you guys are aware of some of the campgrounds that want to address that issue as well. So this is not trying to bring more tourists to town. This is trying to accommodate the ones that are already here. There was, complaints about that area of development. This campground will be very minimally invasive as far as development. A few, gravel sites, a few small buildings, and some trees. That's the main construction of the campground, and I provided kind of a rendering of what it may look like. It conforms to the other 2 campgrounds that are across the street from me, as well as all the dispersed camping that happens in that area up there. As I heard, it sounds like earlier in this meeting that the state is going to be developing some dry sites out there. I think that's great to kind of coordinate some of that dispersed camping. But the issue that I deal with on a daily basis is people wanting hookups. They want showers, they want laundry, they want water, they want electric. And we as a town are not providing enough space for the people coming to town currently. For instance, we just picked up our RV a couple weeks ago up at Carbon Emery RV, and we're talking to our friend up there, and they sold 35 RVs in one weekend. That was just a couple weeks ago. And so what we're going to see is we're going to see a lot more people switching to RV travel and traveling locally. And I mean, we can't even handle the current camping traffic that comes to Moab. So I don't know how we're going to handle it next year when everybody else wants to come. As far as the development of the campground, it's, you guys know, I've spent over 12 months working, you know, in chambers with you, trying to provide feedback on campground developments and standards. And I don't think a lot of the residents understand the new standards that are in place and the sustainability, the solar, the water reuse, things like that, that we have implemented. I think citizens, from the comments that I saw, they just see, oh, it's another overnight accommodations, we need to shut it down. And the pipeline that they refer to is probably less than 2%, if that, for campground usage. It's almost all, you know, lodging of hotels, motels, and condos. So there really isn't a lot coming up through the pipeline. And those ones that are potentially coming through, there's no real timeline as to when they're going to be developed. Whereas I want to have this ready by next year. So the only other things on that staff made comments about, one of the comments on the red line thing was the charging stations for electric vehicles. And I just wanted to clarify that. An electric car can actually plug into a 50 amp RV pedestal outlet with a small adapter. And all of our sites are going to have those 50 amp plugs at them. And so I didn't feel like it was necessary to put the electric charging stations on specific places, because technically every site is going to be potentially usable for electric charging vehicles. However, if I need to have very specific parking areas for those electric charging cars, I'm more than happy to throw in a couple extra pedestals and then provide the adapters. You know, that's not a big deal. I just didn't know if it was something I had to do, since, you know, I'm already kind of accommodating that. The water up there, you know, it is a limited amount of water. The wastewater system that we're looking at developing is a treatment facility similar to what Marriott is doing by the river, where we would actually be treating all of our wastewater runoff and getting the BOD down to an acceptable level for irrigation purposes. And so then we can take that water and reuse it for our irrigation systems without having to use culinary water out of the well, therefore maximizing the culinary water for actual public usage out there. And then the last part I just want to touch on was the mixed use side of things. The current standards require 25% of the property, which is about 3 acres, to be used for open space. So the master plan presented, it does conform to the current standards that have been passed. The mixed use 3 acres that I have included as a conceptual, I don't really see the need to have 3 acres of open space out there, because there's thousands of acres of open space next to me. This property literally is just surrounded by the highway and public BLM lands. So what I'd like to do is have discussions with the council and community members at future points to figure out what I could develop in that 3 acres that would be a beneficial use for you know, housing, or I've got a grocery store planned in the conceptual, as well as maybe an event center. The idea is to try to create external facilities in adjacent to the campground to keep people more or less out of town. I think this campground will keep a lot of people out of town. Its location to the parks, the new state park, Dead Horse, all the trails they can ride directly from there since it's gravel roads. It's gonna be a place that people can have hookups, not be forced to dry camp, and be able to stay out of town if they want to. So I think there's a lot of benefits there, and you know, there's a lot of talk about how to develop this area in the future. And I think when those conversations have come, you know, that 3 acres is really, a blank canvas as to what, you'd like to see in that area. I'm open to a lot of different opportunities there. Obviously, I'm buying the land, so I'd like to, as a business person, I'd like to utilize it. But I currently have a long-term campground here in town on the San Juan County side. So, I'm aware of housing issues and I provide housing. So, I'm a local and I'm more than happy to continue to express my views and opinions, how to develop this county. So I think that kind of covers all the topics I wanted to go over.
Thank you. Thank you, Reed. Questions from the council? Any questions from the council? Okay, I
Mary,
just lost.
Mary?
Go ahead, Jaylyn. Yes, Jaylyn.
So I'm so conflicted about this because I have so much respect for Reed. I watched him through that entire long laborious process. He's a team player. I like his work ethic. I like his plans. I even went so far as to suggest he run for county council, but it turns out he lives in San Juan County, so he can't do that. I just like that he's a broad thinker, and my only hesitation on this would be lack of a cohesive plan in that area, which is one of the issues that the Planning Commission wants to take on with the county council's blessing. So that's all I would say. I think he's got a good plan. I don't know, I'm conflicted. Thanks.
Jaylyn, you were in the, at the meeting. And so the main concern was the lack of a plan for that area? Was that what your take on it was?
Yeah, I hate to speak for the Planning Commission, but that was my take on the meeting, on the issue.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I share your sentiments a lot. Any other comments or questions from the council?
Yeah, if I could comment, I share.
Yes.
I share that concern as well, and I do want to sort of acknowledge that and sort of show gratitude for Mr. Pendleton for sort of also hearing that and sort of making the offer that he just did for that open 3 acres and potentially having that be a part of a plan when it is in place. I really appreciate that sort of that way of thinking about it and solving the problem. So.
Any other comments from our council? Anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this? This hearing will remain open until, I believe it is Friday, the 29th. I got to get my calendar out.
The 27th.
The Friday, the 27th at
Or no.
5
It
o'clock.
should be a Wednesday, shouldn't it?
Oh, I thought
Wednesday.
it was 10. Wednesday, this will be open till Wednesday, the 27th at 5 o'clock. You can send your, you can email to Grand County Council at grandcountycouncil.net, and you
Eric?
can, yes,
It's just council at grandcountyutah.net.
okay, council at grandcountyutah.net. Thank you. We will move to the next public hearing, which is the OK RV Park rezone to apply the overnight accommodations overlay. Is this going to be you two again? Mila, is this going to be you?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're on for the next 3 public hearings. Mila's going to lead out on them all.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry,
go ahead,
sorry
Mila.
about that. I had technological difficulties on the last one. So this is a parcel at 3324 Spanish Valley Drive, and it's 1 acre, and it is currently zoned rural residential. It's contiguous to the current OK RV Park, which is part of the OAO. And they are requesting 6 RV spaces for employee housing. So in essence, they want to use the employee housing exception, which we have in our code. However, they have 2 separate parcels. And so the commercial use is not on the same parcel. So the only way that they can have people living in RVs on private land in Grand County is to apply the overnight accommodations overlay. The applicant has offered to file a land use restriction agreement with the overlay, with the master plan for this property, which would restrict these the RV spaces to only employees of Fun Stays LLC, which is the owner of OK RV Park. The applicant has agreed to provide all the necessary utilities and road improvements, screening fence, and they would be deed restricting in also the current house that's on the property that's currently being used for employee housing. The proposal is not entirely within the intent of the overnight accommodations overlay. However, it is the only legal way to allow anyone living in an RV in Grand County on private land. And we do need employee housing. So there are a few different considerations for this proposal. It would be technically incompatible with the underlying zone, which is rural residential. However, the employee housing exception would allow this use. So it's really a matter of a split lot line.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mila?
I guess my question is kind of about that workaround. Is I believe that the reason that living in an RV, even on private land in Grand County, is illegal was because it's not up to code, and that there were safety concerns. And so I'm curious where that leaves us in this.
Well, that's true. However, we do have the employee housing exception also in our code, which does allow, I believe it's up to 5 RV spaces to be used for employees. And I think that was really an effort to, acknowledge that it's a much more affordable option. And particularly for seasonal employees who might have their own mobile vehicles to live out of. It was an acknowledgement for local businesses that was a necessary aspect of employee housing in Grand County.
I guess do we need to remove that restriction all through the county?
Which restriction?
That living in an RV is illegal.
So
No.
If you remember, the planning staff actually presented to you a potential code amendment allowing single family residential lots to include up to 1 approved RV camper hookup because we knew that it was happening a lot and we wanted to try to formalize that and acknowledge what Mila just stated. But that code amendment was denied by the council. So that's a separate issue. It's relevant to this particular application, but it is in the larger sense a separate issue. I would just say that this applicant, the owners have the ability to convert some of their existing spaces into employee housing units. They are not proposing to do that. They're proposing to keep all of the campground spaces as they are, and are simply trying to add additional employee housing units on the parcel next door. Because the parcel next door to it is zoned residential, there's really very few options available to them in terms of adding those employee housing units. Staff, like all of these overlay applications, we're starting to move to a point where rather than making a recommendation, in a very simple way, we want to just give you the issues and factors to consider. In this one, sure, we really want employee housing, and it's commendable when a business is open and willing to do that. On the other hand, they're proposing campground style employee housing units in a residential area. This campground was a legal non-conforming use until it was brought into the overnight accommodations overlay. So it was already, sort of a unique and special use in comparison to the surrounding area. And so in the planning commission meeting, there were several comments, regarding the compatibility of in effect, what is an expansion of the campground.
Gotcha.
And I would also mention that, the other possibility is the applicant could develop regular housing on this parcel, not RVs.
And in fact, we do have a high density housing overlay application from them. Is it complete and in our queue?
It's probably, we haven't had a chance to review all the pieces yet.
So the applicant is aware that if their OAO application is denied, they could potentially come in through the high density housing overlay application. Of course, there's, discretionary component to that. It's not a guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's all the factors that you really need to have in front of you right now.
Any other questions from the council? Are there people in the waiting room, Chris, for public comment?
So the applicant is here, Adam Morris. He would like to speak after any other public comments. So I would suggest soliciting public comments and then moving to Adam after that.
Do we have any public comments?
Yes, you have. I can't put my camera because he says that the host prevent me from opening my camera. Okay. All right. Hi, I'm Valerie Reynolds. This is my husband, Keith, and we are actually living on the parcel that is right next to the residential lot that has been purchased by the RV park. Can I share with you a document as I'm talking?
You should be able, yes.
Okay, all right. So, okay, so that's what we wanted you to know about that issue. So mostly what we hear from the precedent hearing on April 27 was the concern about affordable housing for employees. And we do understand that big concern for the chamber. But pretty much if you summarize the discussion that the members had some days ago, they were saying, yes, this is not a good solution, but we need affordable housing in Moab. Our businesses are struggling and we are desperate. And so pretty much the idea is that it's not a good solution, but that there is no other solution. And so they prefer to have a bad solution than to have no solution at all. And so I would like you to consider that rushing into a solution that is using an existing law that is not fit for the purpose, it's not a good solution. Rushing is never a good counsel and leads to bad solution. If there is a problem with affordable housing, it has to be addressed in the respect of the laws and to address the specific problem, not by putting a band-aid on the problem that will not be solved, but drive to more problem. Pretty much what do you consider to be an employee? We've been told that this will be people that are traveling around and that exchange work against some sites for free or for less money. So that's, for me, it's not an employee. It's just some people that are having deduction to do a little work on the side. And I don't think it's the people that you want to offer affordable housing in Moab. My other point is that you are opening the cookie jar. You're giving an RV park business the right to have overnight camping on an adjacent residential property. It's like opening a cookie jar in a room with kids and expecting that they're not going to eat the cookies. By changing the zoning, you are validating the commercial use residential land and bought with a residential price. That land was bought as residential. It was at the price for residential lot, and now it's going to be able, if you vote that zoning, it's going to be able to use it as an RV park. And right now, there was a fence between the two properties, the commercial property and the new property that they have. And they have already taken that fence out. So that makes it totally, well, part of the fence, not all of it, but that makes it totally impossible to figure out if they're using the place for commercial or for residential. They have already put storage. There have been employees going into the lot. There have been clients wandering in the lot. And so this is supposed to be residential, and they can't help it that it's going to be used as a commercial lot. I want you to show you actually what they're doing right now on this residential lot. Okay, so let's see. So this is I'm going to show you. This is our property line here. You can see where now it's going to go up. Well, I'm going to show it to you. Okay, it's coming. So one more time, sorry. All right, so this is our property line here, right here. And this space here, it's supposed to be residential land that is now owned by the RV park. And right now there is like 5 or 6 trailers that are parked there on that residential place. And there's nothing we can do about it. We asked that they remove these trailers because it's not a commercial place, and they told us that it's their land and they can do whatever they want. So that's why I'm saying about opening the cookie jar. Of course, the RV park just wants to make money. It's a business, and he wants to make money. But what I'm trying to show you is that it's impossible to let somebody that has an RV park to have the right to put some RV for their employee, because they're going to eventually use that place for commercial use. And that will be a precedent. It will encourage businesses to buy residential land to use for commercial purpose at prices that private owners can compete. This previous house was actually owned by 2 young people, 2 young couples. They were working and were workers in Moab. And it was their first house, and both couples sold the place when they started to have a bigger family. And then the land was available for another worker in Moab to have a house, so they can have their own house and raise their kids, have a good life in Moab. But now this land is being owned by a commercial person that is going to use it as a commercial use for the price of some residential land. So I don't think that it's fair. And the problem, if you go with that zoning, is what would be the enforcement of what's happening? There is no visual division between the two land. And how can you enforce something if the land is being used for commercial purpose? Are we going to have to go to see the employee of the Grand County every time they're going to do something that is not supposed to be doing on that place? We can't be the one that are enforcing it, and the county employee has something else to do with their time than do that. And so that's why of the reason we think that it's not a good idea to let the zoning be changed on a residential area. And in case the chamber decide to grant the rezoning to the RV park, we ask you to consider to see if you can put some safeguards so the RV park will not have the temptation to break the law and abuse the residential land. And we don't know what is possible, but an idea will be that they have obligation to keep a fence between the two lots. Another one would be to grant the rezoning only for a year, and if they don't comply with the rules, then they could be actually taking it away from them. And then the other way is to how can you can check that the person that are going to be using these sites are going to be real employee and not like somebody just exchanging work for a site. And that's something that you can do on a daily basis. So thank you for listening to me, and if you want to add something. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments from the public? Anyone in the waiting room?
Crystal, can you unshare your document?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else besides the applicant that would like to speak to this public hearing? Okay, RV park. Okay, Adam, you want to respond?
Okay. Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for all your time this evening. I know it's going pretty late. I'll be very brief. First off, a couple concerns that were brought up just now are temporary, and what I mean by that is we took down that fence because it was just an older fence, and we wanted something congruent around the whole property line. We have every intention of putting a fence around it. We are more or less waiting to have some kind of direction from this before we decide like where the fence is going to go, how it's going to go. We're willing to build a fence around the entire property line to make sure it's designated as this employee housing like I'm talking about. And basically, we're not looking to fudge anything here. So whatever makes people comfortable, we're happy to do it to comply. That row of RVs that's there, the only reason that's there is because of this 50% rule that Grand County has given us. As far as how many people can be in the park. We have a couple dozen rental RVs. We had to take half of them out of circuit, so to speak, and we had to put them somewhere. So that was just the easiest place to put them for now. If it's that much of a burden, we're happy to try to figure something else on it. I didn't know it was, but that's very temporary given, very unprecedented circumstances right now. And then I just wrote something up before, and I'll just be very brief on it. There were some comments that, on the last meeting and kind of right now that said the only one to benefit from the approval of these sites would be the owners of the park. That these sites could be used by the ownership to keep wages low for our employees due to the threat of them not having a place to live if they were terminated. All this could not be further from the truth. I have a very small percentage ownership of the park. Since the COVID issue has come about, I personally loaned money to the park to keep our payroll going. and I've had many sleepless nights worrying about my staff. Since taking over operations of this park a few years ago, one thing that has been very clear to me while hiring people is the housing issue in Moab. Good, capable, and smart people simply do not have affordable housing available to them. I know the county has been working hard on this issue, and we are grateful for the efforts made. I believe that our proposed employee housing is in concert with those efforts. What has also been very clear to me is that much of the Grand County workforce lives in RVs. I've had a few employees take sites in our park, and I would like to hire more of them, hence why I'm applying for this. Our full-time employees that have sites in the park make competitive wages for what they do on top of their site. So I just want to make that clear. We don't have servants that are working off site fees. We're using that as almost an incentive for a lot of the people, cleaners, maintenance people, office workers that basically need a place to live, that are very capable people. We offer that as an incentive on top of competitive wages. You know, I don't know how much of that wage information we can disclose to you all, but you know, I'm happy to do it just to kind of prove what I'm telling you. The only occasion we have had people work in trade for their site, and this is on rare occasion, we've had some retired Moab residents with other income streams that need a place to live, where they maybe do a day of work in the office and trade for their site, because otherwise we don't allow for permanent residents in the park. Whether it's a retiree or one of our full-time cleaners, there's a very strong demand to have a site at our park because we keep our park clean and respectful. Do I, as the owner, the co-owner, benefit from this? Absolutely. I get good, hardworking, decent people working for us that normally would not if we did not have a site for them to live in. But on the other hand, the employees get competitive wages on top of a nice and safe place to live. In my point of view, this is a pretty symbiotic arrangement. And getting back to one of the points that were brought up, I would very much like to build more permanent structures in these sites. And I think the long-term plan is to put either park models or mobile homes in these sites. The capital constraint on that is what's weighing on us at this point. Obviously, we went out of pocket for the lot last year. We're not having a great year this year just because of COVID. But, you know, of course, you know, I guess you would just have to take my word for that, but that's the long-term plan. So in the short term is to have the RV sites for our employees. The long term is to build stuff more permanent there for, you know, just, you know, for future employees. And that's it.
Thank you. Mila, I have a question. Or is Zachariah there? I have a question.
Yeah.
I guess my question is if they ended up selling the property, you know, I trust Adam that his goal is to provide affordable housing for employees. But if they sold it with the zone change, would that enable the next person to not, there would be no obligation for them to follow providing housing, employee housing. Is that correct?
Well, go ahead, Mila.
I was just, we're probably going to say the same thing. We need to work out the details of that land use restriction agreement with the county attorney. But I do think that we would be able to put something in there that was a deed restriction that would mean that that property was not open for commercial overnight accommodations going forward in the future.
So we do. So the corollary, real quickly, Christina, the corollary for us is just the standard use of the employee housing provision in our land use code. We do require applicants to, or you know, folks who use that to add a deed restriction to their property. You know, all that stuff runs with the land. It doesn't matter who owns it. Once the council approves these things, it will transfer with ownership. I do think that there is some, you know, reasonable concern about enforcement in both the short term and long term in terms of, or with respect to how the individual units are used. But also, you know, when you're putting a deed restriction on camper for employee housing when we don't even technically recognize campers as like residential units. I do think that it raises some, potential flags, and hopefully Christina's gearing up to respond to that right here.
Well, just briefly, certainly if you guys want to approve it, that should be conditional on this land use restriction being recorded. And we can do that. And that's, as Zacharias says, it runs in perpetuity. So I'm not concerned about that piece. And in terms of enforcement, sure, there's always a concern there, but our code allows and encourages employee housing for commercial properties. And so that's going to be, whether it's a single family or a twin home or an RV, you're going to have that same issue where you have employee housing that it's attached to an overnight accommodation. So I don't see that being a deeper concern here because it's an RV park.
Thank you, Christina. Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
And I just say, since the person that owns the park spoke, can I just reply to what he said, just very shortly?
You have to keep it under a minute.
Okay, yeah. I'm just saying that whatever he said at the end, he said himself, it would be only his good word, and you're just giving him a free card or first step to later on do something else. So I just would like you to remember that himself, he says that you just have to trust him on that, because there is no way that you can do anything if you decide to do what it's not allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now, this public hearing will remain open until Wednesday, the 27th at 5 o'clock. We are now moving on to public hearing F, the Namaste Rock rezone to resort commercial. Zachariah or Mila?
It's Mila. But
Mila, I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's okay.
Okay.
So this is a property that is actually close to the Willow Springs property we were considering earlier. It is at 13714 North Highway 191, and this is a 24-acre parcel that is currently zoned range and grazing. The applicant is asking to have that changed to resort commercial. The Planning Commission voted to send an unfavorable recommendation, 3-4, well, 4-3 unfavorable, due to questions regarding the suitability of the area for this type of development. Very similar concerns to the Willow Springs campground. The applicant has included a residential proposal with initial water and wastewater engineering, and you'll see that in your packet. However, if you recall, a rezone is not associated with any specific development plan. So this proposal does not have any impact on the rezone doesn't have any impact on this proposal. The decision to rezone should be based on, general suitability, whether or not any of the uses allowed in the new zone would be appropriate for that area. There is a table in the staff report showing the comparison of the new zone versus the current zone, use table, and then also a lot design standards table. So you can see that there. We do consider this to be a reasonable request considering surrounding zoning. The property is mostly surrounded by highway commercial and resort special. However, there is a lack of a general plan for that area, and part of the visual impact. The entryway to Moab is something which should be considered, as well as the complicated water situation out there, which the applicant has been trying to address with some innovative solutions working with the state. I don't think we have a whole lot else as far as staff opinion about this one. I just want to emphasize that the plans that are in the packet, the applicant is not held to those in any way. So this is really just a consideration of whether or not this parcel should be switched to be resort commercial from range and grazing. That's all I got.
Thank you. Questions?
You had said that there's some other resort special in the area.
Yeah, so the applicant is actually asking for resort commercial, which is not in the area. That zone is much closer to town, but there is resort special right around there. I don't know exactly which parcels are resort special off the top of my head.
And the big difference between resort special and resort commercial?
I believe it's density.
And is it anything about what's permitted in those areas?
Resort commercial allows for a much higher density than resort special.
Okay.
But the applicant is not proposing resort special. They specifically do not want that zone. They are asking for resort commercial.
Any other questions or comments? Are there?
Real quickly,
Okay, okay.
just Mary, this is Zachariah. Sorry, I thought my video
Yes,
was
Zachariah.
on. To follow up on your question, Evan, the two primary differences that come into play here with the applicant's request being for resort commercial as opposed to resort special are density, as Mila noted, for the residential components, but also the proposed uses that the applicant is anticipating bringing forward. They have communicated, and I don't want you to get too attached to the specific use proposals, because you have to remember that once a rezone is approved, any of the uses that in that new zone are permitted. But the applicant has stated his intention to develop fast food restaurants, which are allowed in one and not the other, which is why they are requesting resort commercial instead of resort special. So density and eating establishments specifically within the commercial use category.
Thanks for that.
So I may have a question, Mary.
Yes, Jaylyn.
So I actually kind of like this plan. I like the housing portion of it. I don't mind the commercial part of it if it can all be fit into the landscape in an attractive way. I guess my question is, would it be possible to, I really like the fourplex on 1 acre. That's really nice. Would it be possible for this to be, would it work in an HDHO zone? I guess then they couldn't have the overnight rentals though. And then the mixed use could be the commercial in front. That was my question, but I think I might have already answered it. Feel free to address it, Zachariah.
Sure. The other challenge with applying the HDHO regulations there is that with that ordinance, as opposed to the overnight accommodations overlay, the council established, quote unquote, eligibility districts. And those are all in Spanish Valley and not in the area that the applicant has land. So just the way the ordinance is written, and you'd have to establish a new eligibility district, then apply the HDHO to the specific parcel. So it's a little more convoluted and just a more involved process.
Any other questions? We're open to public comment. Are there any people in the waiting area, Chris, for public comment?
Several people joined the meeting, so I would just request that they maybe speak up if they are interested in speaking to Namaste Rock rezone application.
You also have the applicant in the meeting.
And I think we have Michael and David. And maybe they want to speak last. I don't know. So we've got some callers. We've got somebody from ending in the last four digits of 2655. Are you interested in speaking? Okay, and then we've got a caller, last four digits, 8606. I'm just going to unmute everybody for a second, just in case you can't figure out how to unmute. Okay, is there anybody in the meeting who's calling in who would like to speak to Namaste Rock rezone application? Okay, I'm not hearing anybody. So you want to turn it over to the applicants, Mary?
Yes, I will turn it over to the applicants. Michael?
Yeah, thank you for hearing us. We just want to make a couple things clear. We are not asking for any overnight accommodations. These will be permanent resident homes. And anyway, in the pipeline, you have 38% more overnight accommodations coming online. And most of those are in the heart of Moab. And anyway, it's going to take more housing and it's going to take more restaurants. And the zoning that we're asking for anyway, you look through the items there, restaurants and housing is what is available. There's really nothing of significance that highway commercial or resort commercial allows us to build. That is what we're looking for. And it's really difficult to do this with an overlay in this area. There's a lot of rock and the adjustments that would have to be made would make it prohibitive if we had to come before the council every time. So we've chosen the residential because that's what's possible, and the restaurants, that's what's possible. The resort special only allows 1 unit per 5 acres, and we have that with range and grazing right now. And so that resort special wouldn't help us build housing. And a lot of the reason that you don't have any housing here is because you've granted resort special and it doesn't allow it. Now, for the restaurants, when it says fast food, how the county defines that is a drive-through. Again, part of the reason you don't have any restaurants in this area is because you don't have any zoning that allows it, because you have to have a drive-through. The people are going to see the parks and they need restaurants, and these restaurants require a drive-through. So a Starbucks or a Jimmy John's or a Cafe Rio or a Zupa's. Anyway, these mid-tier restaurants that are being built, the new ones all require a drive-through. They don't consider it, and it's especially necessary in this area. Resort commercial, the criteria on it is restrictive. We have to build with earth tones. We have to, Moab Giants is a good example of what's required by the code. Anyway, it has to fit in the landscape. It has to be good. And the nice thing about it is it will allow us to go ahead and build without coming to you to make every adjustment, because we may dig a foundation and find that it's not going to work in that area. And so it'd be very hard to go ahead and come towards the county council every time we hit a building issue that is not according to an overlay. Anyway, we would like to go ahead and meet your needs of restaurants and housing that's permanent. Anyway, look at the items there. This is the best and highest use that we can do on highway or resort commercial. And please keep in mind that when we purchased this property, the map said that it was highway commercial. We're adjacent to highway commercial. Highway commercial, anyway, we don't have commercial. I'm not complaining about that, but this is appropriate for the area. We're next to 2 parcels of highway commercial that allow 15 units per acre. Let us do 5 units per acre and it'll be a good step down. This area was planned in 2012. Now, some significant changes have happened since then, but we can't be put on pause for another, however many years. The Planning Commission wants you guys to do it. They say we would like the council to make a plan for us. Well, anyway, they've shown that they're really not interested in making that plan to present to you, and they want you to do the work. So anyway, that's not coming real soon. I wish it were. Another item, I'm an engineer. I don't present very well, but I do important things very well. With our well, we went ahead and the Park Service goes ahead and protests every water well that's put in this area for a long history. And for the first time, I'm an engineer, and I worked with them and with our hydrologist, and we supported them. And for the first time, that I'm aware of ever, they wrote a letter of support. They said these guys did it right, and we support their water, that we're not going to hurt the park. And anyway, we're really proud of that, and we love this area, and we will continue to develop it in such a manner. Thank you.
Mary, then I have a question.
Thank you.
May I
Yes,
ask
yes,
him a
Joanne.
question then? In your
Yes.
documents, it mentions 16 1-acre parcels with fourplex on them. That comes to 64, yet in another place it mentions 48. And then 48 units, so that math didn't add up for me. That's why I figured the rest were commercial. And when I look at the proposed site plan, several of those 16 that are on there were proposed as commercial / residential. So that's why I'm a little confused on the overnight accommodations or lack of.
Yeah, there will be no accommodation. Resort commercial doesn't allow it. And anyway, there's some discrepancies in it because we are not sure what can be built as of yet. Anyway, it's expensive to dig up a foundation and see what's supportable. We've narrowed that down a lot more. We have a better idea of the soils now, and we've been working with Orion, and I think that it will be closer to 16 parcels of, and when I say fourplexes, they will look nice. They'll be Adobe style, and they'll be nice.
Any affordability component to that?
I mean, by nature, it's really expensive to do things in this area. Our well cost over $250,000. Anyway, a lot of that was doing things that exceeded the state requirement to appease the park. But in short, it's going to be the increased density makes things possible that wouldn't happen. These fourplexes should be able to be purchased by somebody with a standard FHA loan where they only need to bring 3% down. And so, yeah, I think they're highly affordable if they're able to have a reason to have a anyway that with the 3% you can get with an FHA loan, you can buy nearly $1 million worth of property in a fourplex and rent it out. And just by managing that, you can nearly go ahead and cover it. So it's affordable to people that have a source of income to meet that qualification.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, we will, this public hearing will remain open until Wednesday, the 27th. You may send your comments to council@grandcountyutah.net. Thank you. We are now on item T, Strawberry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So the Strawberry PUD, so that's a planned unit development. This is at 4057 South Chapman Lane, which is lot 7 in All American Acres subdivision. It is currently zoned rural residential, so 1 unit per acre. And this PUD is a 5-lot subdivision proposal with 4 quarter-acre lots and then 1 4-acre lot. So this does not increase the underlying density, and the 4-acre lot would be governed by the master plan and would not be able to be further subdivided. The applicant has a memorandum of understanding with Community Rebuilds and intends to work with them to provide affordable housing on the quarter-acre lots. They are varying the setbacks, which you can do with the planned unit development tool by reducing the front from 25 feet to 20 feet and the sides from 15 feet to 10 feet and the rear from 20 feet to 10 feet. So that allows those 4 lots to fit in the front portion of the main lot. And they will all be facing Easy Street. Let's see, the larger lot will be governed by the master plan, and we do support, the staff supports this application. We feel like it's a reasonable use of the PUD tool. It provides for affordable housing, and there is no increase to underlying density as well. If you have noticed the past 3, you've recently approved 3 more subdivision plats in All American Acres, and many people are subdividing in that neighborhood. So we don't feel that it's that it would be, too different in terms of neighborhood character as well. And I think that's most of what I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. We do also have the applicant.
Are there any questions? Would the applicant want to speak now or after public comment?
After public comment, please.
Okay. Do we have any further questions or any questions from the council? Okay, we will open this up to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Yeah, Community Rebuilds would like to make a comment.
Yes.
I'm Jessica Manderfield, Program Director, and this is Kenny. He is our planner. And we just wanted to speak in favor of this development. We've been working with Kaylin. He approached us in November of last year with this idea. And with the PUD, it's allowing us to kind of make the smaller lots, and it's affordable for our homeowners. And so as we all know, land prices are kind of difficult right now in Moab. And so having these 4 options to build on with our applicants would be a really great opportunity. And Kenny's been working on some design changes he can talk about.
Yeah, we've been working on kind of varying up our usual design, since this will be a cluster of 4. So we don't want it to be cookie cutter. Still keep little bungalows that are nice and affordable. So we're still committed to straw bale and sustainable construction, just looking into different roof types and exterior materials and adding porches. So we're really hoping that this can really work well with the character of the neighborhood. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments?
I'd like to make a comment.
Yes, who's speaking?
My name is Trisha Dean, and I'm a resident on Easy Street. And I've been a resident in that area, both on Heather and Easy Street, for a number of years. I've been a resident of All American Acres. And my understanding the entire time was that those 5-acre lot could be subdivided into 3 separate parcels without curb and gutter, but at 5 parcels, you then had to go curb and gutter. So I'm not opposed to this idea. I'm opposed to the ideal that we're changing the precedent, just changing the entire zoning of that area. And so that's kind of my overall concern, is that, you know, if we do this, what are we going to be looking at in the future? And when you look at All American Acres, nobody is subdivided over 3 lots. And so it's just something to think about. And I'm all for affordable housing, but I think the developer could stick with 1 acre lots and make it affordable. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hello,
Thank you.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Hi,
Yes,
can I talk?
yes.
Okay, hi, this is Stephanie Dahlstrom, and I also live on Easy Street in All American Acres. And right now I'm looking at the suburb PUD application master plan narrative, and I do have some concerns. But first I want to say, when I attended the Planning Commission, I thought they passed forward an approval based on the original 25-foot setback. So I'm confused there when Mila said they were going to approve the shorter setbacks. But anyhow, back to my concerns. In the plan, when the number 1 in the first paragraph, it says 1 larger lot, which can support agriculture. To me, that doesn't mean it necessarily will. The plan talks a lot about open space, but really it's not in the general sense of the word that most folks are used to when they use the word open space. When I said I attended the Planning Commission, even they used the term open space in their notes, but then later clarified in their meeting that it wasn't really open space, but they called it undevelopable space, which I assume is that agricultural acres that is within the 4 acre lot. But I think that's also starting a precedent that is very concerning. Additionally, the plan goes on to state in that same paragraph that the smaller lots contribute to attainable market rate. And then they put in parentheses, and possibly affordable housing. So the plan talks a lot about affordable housing, but is it going to be affordable? From how I read it, it says possibly. And that's concerning to me because of all the way it plans about affordable housing, but it sounds like it's only considering it as a possible option. Another concern I have is that several times within the plan, the Vista Antigua is referenced as being in the surrounding area or the neighborhood. However, Vista Antigua is not in All American Acres. And under number 3 in the first paragraph, the plan states, and I quote, land use is the same as the surrounding neighborhood. However, once again, they are citing Vista Antigua that's not in All American Acres. There are not 4 houses on 1 acre anywhere on Easy Street or in the rest of All American Acres, to my knowledge. The plan goes on to state that setbacks on Chapman Lane side are consistent with the facing subdivision, which again is Vista Antigua. So my question is, why are all the driveways and houses on Easy Street and not going to be on Chapman Lane when they're more compatible with that side of the neighborhood, in quotations? Number 4 in that first paragraph, the plan states that the developer or the owner is in negotiation with the developer for lots 1 through 4. And if they end up developing them, the houses would likely be blah, 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 affordable housing. But once again, they say if. So my question is, the project always describes affordable housing, but I don't see in here that it's really going to be deeded for that, and that it's really not a done deal that Community Rebuilds is actually going to build them. So who would hold this project to task? There is not a single owner dwelling on a 1/4 acre in All American Acres. And I think this sets a precedent and is what concerns me the most for the future of All American Acres. And the last thing I want to say is I totally support Community Rebuilds. I think what they are doing for the community is great. And I also have respect for Kaylin Jones, but it's the project that concerns me. So thank you. Hello?
Yes, hello? Yes, go ahead. Introduce yourself.
No, that was the end of me. Was that it? Did you hear all of it?
Oh, okay. Yes, okay.
Okay,
Is there,
thanks.
thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Any other public comment?
This is Lucy Curtis, and I want to speak when Stephanie's done, or whenever my turn is in line.
Go ahead.
So am I going to speak over Stephanie because I'm listening to her on the Zoom?
Lucy,
Stephanie's finished.
It's the YouTube.
Lucy, you need to turn off your YouTube.
All right.
Let me turn off your YouTube.
Okay, got it. There. Now can I speak?
Yeah,
Yes.
so just
Hello?
so everybody knows, the YouTube lags by about 20 to 30 seconds from the real time.
Okay. Well,
that's why-
this is very confusing. This is the most difficult thing for somebody who is not techie. So I'll just put that in front of this. So I have, I've tried this over and over again, and it doesn't fit in 3 minutes, but I will do the best I can to put this in the time that I have here. My concerns about the Strawburb PUD is why this subdivision is being accessed on Easy Street rather than on Chapman Lane, which has been its access and egress for the last 26 years. That's one thing. I'm just going to go down my list here. And so I just heard Stephanie mentioning the possible and attainable market rate, which concerns me also when I read that, because I think that the wording could be possibly used with a different intent when it got down pushed to shove, because not all things turn out the way people think they're going to be able to pull off when they start doing affordable housing. I worry that this would set a precedent for high-density lots for the future, which would undoubtedly rush into higher taxes and continue to erode the last vestige of possible agricultural land in the valley as such at present. Agriculture in this valley, in my view, is as valuable as affordable housing, is it not? The next thing that concerns me is many of us moved out here in the valley 25 years ago or more to try to create ways of affordable farming. I still engage in that with a collaboration with Rhonda Gotway-Clyde, who has the community-supported agriculture project, and I share my water and my land to her to extend her capabilities to supply fresh local food crops for her members and myself. This has been a very worthy effort among very few of its kind in the valley. It's not high profit, but it's very high work. It does provide some well-needed jobs and trade for workers. Plus, for those of us on a fixed income, mine less than $38,000 before taxes, it has become a help in providing fresh local food in the current rising cost of living. I want to continue to be a part of service to this community by continuing to farm in whatever way I can. I've been preserving my land for that for the last 25 years. I can't afford the inflated cost of living and the ever-rising property taxes as new people move in and expect to make big livings off of real estate and tourism. I'm concerned that this project can change my ability to live on my land that I have worked for, paid for, and improved over the last 25 years. So I must say, not in my backyard if this could become a possibility for me. I do not deny Mr. Jones the same opportunity to put 2 more homes on his property as all the owners of Easy Street have been allowed to do. I do not see this as an affordable housing project, and therefore I don't feel the county should allow more for one owner than any other. The words possibly and attainable are not sturdy enough for my discernment not to also see the possible necessity of charging more money and creating something that is not really affordable or attainable without driving up the tax base and the cost of living to the other people who live on Easy Street. 2 more straw bale houses on 1-acre lots can still contribute to Mr. Jones' stated goal of affordable housing, and if he spreads them out, it might create a feeling of open space and for also the possibility of a community garden. And that's what I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lucy.
You're
Any other
welcome.
comment? Any other comments?
This is Terry Galen. I've submitted a letter, but I'd like to read it.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. And let me start out also by saying I have high regard for straw bale housing. I live in a straw bale house, and I have high regard for Kaylin, but I also have concerns. So my letter is, I'm writing to you to express my concerns regarding Kaylin Jones' proposed strawberry development on 4057 Chapman Lane. Many of us have lived in All American Acres for over 25 years. The nature of the community and the zoning has eroded over time. The neighborhood was initially developed as 5-acre agricultural lots with individual homes. The zoning was then changed to allow 3 homes on each 5-acre parcel. This new proposed zoning, this new development is again changing the nature of the neighborhood by clustering homes and leaving, quote, open space with vague language, which creates opportunity for further development. The language of the proposal implies that owners of the individual lots will be invested in agricultural endeavors, which of course I love. I'm a farmer. This is not a philosophy-based community project, however, such as a kibbutz or a moshav. There do not seem to be any requirements that future owners have an interest in farming. Who will determine which crops will be planted? What time investment will be required of each owner? What would the financial investment be towards agriculture, which, by the way, isn't cheap? Unlike planned equestrian communities where owners buy into the use of shared facilities and agree to monthly fees, there is no language regarding this common space. This land has been untended tumbleweeds for 25 years or more. The last time that 3 owners subdivided a 5-acre parcel on Easy Street, there was infighting for years. All owners were frequently in Mary Hoffhein's office, complaining about the others. This did not create a sense of well-being in the neighborhood. Eventually, one owner sold her portion. Kaylin references, quote, the fading architecture of All American Acres, and by that he references the trailer on this lot. There are 7 custom homes on Easy Street, excluding 2 partially demolished trailers. There are 11 trailers or manufactured homes on Easy Street. I do not see that as fading architecture. Chapman also has a blend of custom homes and trailers or modular homes. The same is true of Heaven. This statement implies that there is something about the community of All American Acres that needs to be upgraded. The delight of Moab has always been its resistance to full-scale gentrification. Farming and livestock ownership have been an essential part of All American Acres. This will disappear with continued developments. I do not want my farm to be squeezed out over time. Although the proposal is titled Strawburb, there is absolutely no language regarding straw bale homes. In addition, the use of words like possible and attainable market rate did not lower my concerns about this proposed development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you. Do we have any further public comment? Seeing none, we will move to the owner, Kaylin.
Thank you, Mary. So I'd like to screen share with you all. One second, sorry. So I started this project in November, and I have been talking to Community Rebuild since then. As the members of the public have noted, some of my language is vague. I don't want to overpromise to you because I know that often with overlays that sometimes that happens. But since we have been in continuous conversation, and since then we have signed an MOU laying out in detail our expectations and understandings of each other. And so even though this is a little, some of these lots are smaller than what currently exists in that area. Community Rebuilds build small, cute houses, which I think will be in character for the existing modular and custom homes. And regarding the neighborhood, All American Acres was originally 5 acres when I first moved out there in 1991, and I lived there for 12 years. More of them were 5 acres over time, as staff has noted. They have been being subdivided. It's rural residential. The by right density is 1 unit per acre. So that's up to 5 units per acre. Here's Chapman, and across the street is Vista Antigua PUD, which has already been approved, and it's a gated community. And you can see I've just sketched in some models of average size houses. So that is what the character is going to become inevitably. So in the middle of this slide is a sketch of by right development of a 5 acre lot on an All American Acres or anywhere in rural residential. 1 lot per acre. On the right, you see the strawberry. And even though there are small lots, there is 1 large lot which is retained. There is no common open space. I did that in part to avoid having an HOA because those can be a source of headache and expense. And as staff noticed, this can't be further subdivided under the existing zoning and with the master plan that would be recorded. And on the left, you can see what, this is an aerial view of what 1 acre by right development in rural residential can look like out in Spanish Valley. Large areas of gravel, concrete walls, or failing that, large areas of lawn, none of which contributes to rural character. And that is all. So thank you for your consideration. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Kaylin. Are there any questions? Does anyone have any questions?
So
Thank
to
you.
be, Chair, I do have just one question.
Okay, Gabriel?
There was a public comment, and I just want to start out by saying I'm really appreciative for all the public comment that came out. I think there's a lot of, great voices that sort of from the neighborhood, and that's important. There was a commenter that spoke to the concerns about communal agricultural land, and it seems as though this proposal is quite the opposite of that, that it's looking to retain 1 large lot to be managed as, potentially managed as agricultural by 1 private owner. Is that correct?
I am proposing there is no requirement for agriculture or affordability under a base density PUD. I'm proposing that a different lot configuration than what I can do by right is a better use of the land, both in terms of providing housing, addressing what the market wants. And then there's the possibility that a future owner could use the 4 acres in a way that 1 acre can't be used agriculturally. But I make no promises about that, nor should I. Many of the lots in All American Acres are not used agriculturally. I admire those that do. When I lived out there for a number of years, I maintained an alfalfa field on that property, but just didn't make sense economically.
But there's no expectation that the future homeowners and the 1/4 acre lots will be sort of involved in any way in the rest of that, that open space, quote unquote. Is that correct?
There is no open space. There's only private lots.
Thanks for clarifying.
Any further questions? Any questions? This public hearing will remain open until Wednesday, May 27th at 5 o'clock. You may send your emails to council@grandcountyutah.net. Thank you. This moves us to our next item, which is a closed session to discuss character, professional competency, or physical or mental health of an individual. Chris, one thing we don't have, I just realized, we don't have that form to fill out. Can one of you fill it out and then I can sign it tomorrow?
Yeah, we can. I don't know why we fill I don't know why we fill that form out anyway. It's not
we only fill it out when it's not taped.
Okay.
It's the note.
I don't know that that's an actual statutory requirement. It's kind of just embedded in our process. But Quinn will make sure to get down all the motions and who voted what and the times, etc. So we're fine.
Okay.
So I just want to explain to anybody who may be watching, once a motion's made and voted with majority vote, go into closed session, we will continue on with this particular Zoom meeting, but I'm going to bump everybody out that be in the closed session and also stop the YouTube live stream. This is our last agenda item. And so for those watching on YouTube, this is our last open session agenda item besides adjournment, just so you know. And then after the closed session, we'll start a new live YouTube feed for the adjournment itself, which has to happen in open session. But it will be a separate session in our YouTube channel. And that's about the best we could do given the technology. So yeah, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
So Chris, we just stand by. We're not logging into a separate meeting.
No, yeah, I think it will be easier if you stay on. Yeah, just stand by. But make a motion.
Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Motion by Evan Clapper, or do I have a second? Seconded by Greg Halliday.
So let's make sure.
All in favor?
Hold on, Mary. We got to say what we're going into closed session to discuss.
I already did, but I can say it again.
Well, it wasn't in the motion, so it's discuss the.
Make it in the motion, Evan. Redo your motion and say character and competency.
I moved to go into closed session to discuss character and competency.
Okay. I got a motion by Evan, seconded by Greg Halliday, correct? Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We will move to closed session.
Give me a second to make sure that I can get the YouTube